Hi, Stinkies. Guten Abend. Hi, Starsy. Please don't talk about that in my stream. Thank you. Almost done with this monstrosity. Alright then, good night. I'm sorry if you guys can hear the neighbor's dogs borking. Aki, hi! How are you? It's been a while since I saw you. Too long. Bit burnt out from art. Tell me more. What's been going on, Aki? And hi, Snart! I just got off school. Oh my goodness gracious. Very smart. Smart Snart. Have so many chibis and charms to draw for conventions and stab rallies, and I just don't wanna nap and play games. I get to. I was notoriously underprepared a lot for artist rallies. I remember a friend in high school insisted on sharing an artist alley table with me, and all they prepared the entire year for it was one singular print. Hi, Rando. Hi, person with the name I can't read. How are you all feeling? What's the vibe today? It's kind of loud for me. Turn that down a bit. I'm so sick. RN. Aw, I'm sorry to hear that. Being sick is not fun. I'm a loud word. It's not just me, thank goodness. Make a plushie? What do you mean make a plushie? How many skills do you have? My OC little scrunkly. Are you like sewing it? I rig, I draw, I embroider, I cut, I read. Oh, talented left and right. Taxidermy animals. There's no taxidermied animals here. I tell ya what. And the autism one's for my dad. Side quests. That's funny. It's always from the dance. A Yuki plushie would be very cute. Aww. I can't even imagine having something as cool as a plushie. I don't know if you guys relate, but any of you in high school, you get a project, right? That's like a big deal and it's gonna take you like a week or two to do. And then every single class is also like, it's time for a project. So then you just have like a bajillion projects all due at the same time that require way too much work on top of homework. Yeah. Fun times. Have the plushie be super real. What do you mean super realistic? What would that entail? Pull string to fart. I said it in Discord and also, I think, on Twitter. But just in case, I need to repeat myself. Ask any questions you need. Okay, homies? So I got the shoes left to do, which probably won't take me too long. And I got a lot of layer ordering, separating type things to do. It's gonna be very chaotic. Benjamin Franklin looking haircut. Odds ban this man. Huh? Wah 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 wah. Bro? Thank you. I was not expecting that. Oh my goodness. Thank you. Arigatos. Nick, every time I see your name, I think of Uma's now. Time. The last haunts I trained in Uma Musume was Daiwa Scarlet, and she got a condition that I didn't even know was possible, which is skin condition. I have it on skip mode, so I have no idea like how it even occurred. Like, did I do something wrong? I have no idea. Yeah, I was cooking, but I feel like I've gotten further away from cooking. How does one accomplish this? You're a silly goose. You're a silly Billy. She's not just gonna have floating knee socks. Sad, don't agree! Accidentally bent a spoon. I hate when that happens. think I'm just having an off day, not gonna lie. It happens. It happens. They really do. I learned sad news about many horses being already no longer here with us. Yes? Bro, I thought you knew that. You're a fake fan. My poor rice shower be nice. Are you genuinely just figuring this out? There's no way. You have more horse autism than me. You introduced me to the horse autism. There's no way. Hello? Hi, how are you? Haru, Urala, Daiwa, Scarlet, and Golchi are the only global horses still alive. I knew about it, but I'm still slightly saddened by that. Oh. Oldest to youngest. Haru's the oldest? She's born in 1996, Yuki. She's an old horse. Actually, as someone born in the 1700s, I'm offended by this statement. Hope she lives until 40, very old for a horse. I agree. She seems like a sweetie. I'm always the majority. It's a rule I just made up. So we win? Okay, bro. I got mildly stinky earlier because, you know, Florida, I guess, got rid of the mandate for vaccines. I don't know if it's certain vaccines or all of them, but it's so stupid and disappointing. So disappointing. What does mandate even mean? Like, they can't force you. COVID vaccine for adults and all vaccine for kids? That's horrific. That really is horrific. Well, good thing that scientists and doctors or whatever the hell, researchers, stored copies of eradicated viruses just in case, because our stupid asses might end up needing it. It's just so dumb. And I know, like, a big source of outcry is people concerned that their kids will get autism, And they're acting like that's a worse outcome than polio or the measles. Right, we're so oogie boogie autism. There's zero proof of vaccines causing autism. People just like to draw links, Oh, the government must be lying to us because there's a raise in autism diagnosis, but there's also been a raise in vaccines. Coincidence? I think not. So dumb. So dumb. It's just incredible to watch your species like advance backwards in real time. There's more autism diagnoses because people are more informed about autism. Correct. You think common sense would tell us that, but I don't know, some people are just convinced that freaking autism is a modern day issue. And there's so much evidence of people having autism for like ever. Like, let's be real. Like your freaking papa who collected all the model trains is definitely not neurotypical, I'll tell you what. The same people think you can catch the gays. Remember the guy that did the hee hee ha ha funny blah 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 water's turning the frogs gay? We laughed, but bro was right. Not in that the frogs were gay, but that male frogs were developing female bits and bobs that they shouldn't have. Bro's correct. Because of all the hormones and bullshit in the water. I'm back was writing a message to man. Oh, goodness gracious. Femboy frogs, pretty much. Femboy frogs. America bros, we're just like cooked. Perpetually cooked. Roasted, fried, sauteed. I'm gonna close my window really quick. Cutie pies. And it's not as like dumb as simply saying the water is contaminated, because you gotta think about contaminated how? From crop and factory runoffs, bro. Alrighty. Close my blinds, turn the light on. I don't want my neighbors spectating, and I don't want them to feel like I'm spectating them. We have been playing the shit out of Silk Song, 4.5 hours already. Nice, Sudayo. I would maybe like to try it someday. She'll get sunburned on her bald spot. It's not a bald spot. Try it. Okay, so someday when I have some more fuck you money. Binky was just streaming it earlier. I'll buy it for you. Are you being dead ass? I'll sell my kidney. my virginity. Yuki, the urge to embroider your face is strong. That line out of context sounds amazing. You should say it to your next friend. The urge to embroider your face is strong. Just need to get my money back up. Don't sweat it. Don't sweat it, cutie. Back to Animal Crossing music. I am addicted. I always be playing Animal Crossing music. It's just so cozy, you know? Oh my god, that scared me. Oh, I see Bonk and pet redeems, but they ain't working. Hold up. It just probably doesn't work on this model. Rip. They're a little bonk for you. What do you mean, how could I? Ain't no way. I've never farted. Trust. In everyone's faces. Foul. Jeez, you just can't stop. What can I say? What can I say? What? Taco Bell on a grill. What can I say? Save Yuki. Meanwhile, Random redeems another flirt. Help! Help! You're causing a fart price inflation. You want me to up these fart prices, brother? I don't think so. Man, fart inflation. It's quite a couple of words. I love those reflections. Thank you. Wow, you're just a sweet little cutie pie, aren't you? Aren't you? Careful with your words. Yeah. You will end up on green website. Which one? Oh, now I'm cooking. Now I'm cooking. You know the one. Airline food, if it's the one that I'm thinking of. I'd be surprised if I'm not on there already, TBH. In some form or another. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Orders understood uploading now. Oh no. Is it over for me, bros? Whoa! What a cute name! Hi, Snowy Ma, thanks for following. Cooked. I drew that little thing review as a book. It was wonderful. It was fantastical. You cooked it for what? And for what? Yeah, of course. Yogi, how many Twitch points do I need to turn you into a cookie? How about I do it for you for free? For a few minutes. For free? What's good, chat? Oh snap, it's Kato! Cat! You guys, I haven't decided yet whether or not I'll put my ghost float back on the main model. I just looked, is that a cookie version of Yuki? Correct! Correct, Mundo. Aki, Tropical Cyclone in the chat, made this. Made this! Aki, you cooked, bro. You cooked, fam. Again, absolutely cooking. And for what? And for what? Hi, Cat, KMS. It takes very little for this guy to KHS. Oh, Yuki, I finished embroidering my little guy's face. I must send photos in the Discord art chat. Neat. Bald you. Why did everybody keep saying bald Yuki? It's not bald. She's got hair. The hairline is. It might be rough, but there's still hair. Receding hairline. It's the Benjamin Franklin haircut. It's trendy. Oh my gosh. Hey, you're German. What do you know about Benjamin Franklin? Be quiet. I might go for that IRL, not gonna lie. Divorce. I know he liked kites or something. It was just a cute, quirky little kite guy, you know? Just like kites. You ever just start a stream and then get real eepy sleepy? Yelling back, I'm alive, you exist! Welcome back to the living. Goofy. Now that I think about it, the cookie model reminds me of Cookie Run. Like, I'm gonna hold your hand when I say this. Oh my gosh. Absolutely incredible. I just died in Hollow Knight, rip. Unleashing those layers and seeing the feelings. Oh man. Oh my god. Yuki, if Trump dies, can you make your Trump thingy real? Oh my god. Someone not in America will let me crash at their place. Oh my god, feet. Yep. Fully rendered for what? Because there are open-toed shoes. Whoa, stinky ghost feet. I wonder, can I copy and paste a mask? Doesn't seem like it. Can I move a mask? Teehee. I'm cooking. I have a comfy couch. Your couch looks the least comfy I've ever seen. Yuki is trying to steal my spot on the couch SMH. What the freak? Cope, she's just jealous I'm sharing with Milk Bro and not her. Ha! What the freak? What if the only thing in his house is that couch? I mean, pretty much. It's either that or like a shitty desk chair. I don't even think Bro has a tub. I guess couch it is. But I'm just saying, I've seen that couch. It looks like it was made in the 70s. That doesn't mean it's a comfy, right? I mean, it very well could be a comfy couch, but in my humble onion, as someone who's experienced uncomfortable couches, it looks small and it looks uncomfortable. Big and comfy. Now he's coping. Ain't no way. Our spooky dooky spooky! Howdy! Oh my god, that scared me. Every time it scares me. Gotta make that a little bigger. Hello, Spooky Cookie. Hello. But ugly orange. Okay, see you, cat. Catto. I have no notification, so I didn't know you went live, but Spartan told me he's a real one. Oh! Shout out, Spartan. He's a real one. Might want to clip this. Oh. Oh. Maybe. Maybe. Real fan, I'm a fake fan. I mean, I post on the Twitter and the Bisky. And I got notifs on my server if you want them. That's up to you. I understand if you don't like notifs. No pressure. She's looking at you. Extras. She has the A Lamau stare with that hairline. I don't know how I should feel about that. Alright, that's enough. Her bangs are back. You're getting your forehead privileges revoked. Yay, no more ball! Her head is big to accommodate her eyes. It leaves no room for the brain. I think that's on purpose. Taylor Swift almost landed her airplane on your forehead and now she has to turn around. That reminds me. Have y'all seen the lady that legally changed her name to Taylor, apparently? because of Taylor Swift, and then had the nerve to be like, if you're bothered by this, you need to touch grass. Okay, dude. Lock in. That's parasocial shit. OMG. Exactly. Parasocial bros in the chat. Our thoughts. I don't care about Taylor Swift drama. Kind of same. But I suppose this is just a smidgen different because it's not just that it's Taylor Swift. It's not that this chick is out here preaching about how terrible of a person you are and you need to touch grass. If you think there's something wrong with her changing her legal name to match a celebrity. You guys are fake fans if you don't change your name legally to Yuki and or Buns. I'm reasonable, you're the crazy ones. Exactly. Like, okay. Swifties are interesting to me. They're kind of like K-pop stans. I'll be like, oh my god, their music saved my life, and it's just so ironic. Not the forehead comment. Oops. Are you truly an artist until you've layer failed? Or used the wrong tool multiple times? We need to play tic-tac-toe on your forehead. Honestly, I've thought about that, and if there's a way for me to do it, hit me up. That's all I'm saying. Should be possible if you had like each position its own redeem for each symbol. Sounds like a pain to set up though, right? You're the L2D expert. Oh my god, that sounds like such a pain in the ass. Dad bod Yuki. Yeah. Okay. I'm going to start doing layer order and separating and all of that. Pigtails are so cute. Yeah, they're made for the summer outfit though, I'm not gonna lie. Who made the biscuit model? Aki did. Their name is also Tropical Cyclone in the chat, if you're for every reason you forgot. I really, really, really like the sleeves. I really, really, really like your face. Thank you. Move this out of the way. Get that. Really, really, really like your name. How do I pronounce the word chocolate? Chocolate. The ribs look so realistic. Oh my gosh. Stop gassing me out. Chocolate. Alright, I'm going to get rid of the cropping on this. Hold up. First, getting rid of you. Then, filters, crop pad, unhide. Riveting stuff is about to happen. I want to stick it. Put it there. Move my fat ass over here. Look at all these folders. And layers. Sketch. More sketch. We almost got a touch of drills at the end of the hair. It did not make it to the end. Hello, hi. Next, not straight. Straighten this out a little more. Crap. I'm gonna make a swatch layer just in case. Alright. Saving the best for last. So, Clip Studio doesn't tell you how many layers you have, but I'm gonna guesstimate that at the present it's like 400. Maybe even 500. Like a zillion. Whoop, booba. YouTube and Twitch, please don't ban me. They're not real, I promise. There's no Nipotles. I'm probably gonna have to do the chest off stream, which is annoying. No Nipotles? Exactly. This looks more incriminating. Could be worse. You should have saw the sketch I did for the neck. Neck, back, neck. I'm gonna make a folder. I'm gonna name it hairs. Let's have this bad boy in it. In it! Yuki would add jiggle physics to the neck cock. I would. In it, bruv. In it. R. Uni L. I'm gonna make another folder. Main hair. I guess a folder for the neck for now. But I might move it to the chest folder. Someone said they thought your model whip was another me, and I said it looks like me because you're my mom. I think us looking related is pretty cute, if I do say so myself. Hi, Zen-kun! What you been up to? Big dog? I made near! Sounds bothers. Drawn and stuff, nice. That scared me again. Every time it scares me. Both are related to the afterlife, small critters, and we have big ol' ears. Yeah! I forgot to do the ears. I'll cross that bridge when I get there. And eepy, yeah, very eepy. Low energy and like to talk about farts sometimes. every time I'm shitting myself out of fear. True, you're always shitting yourself, Ukes, bruh. Why don't you mix it up and shit someone else for a change? I've threatened South many a time. You've never shitted me, Ukes, what the fuck? Okay, you know what? Fuck you. Shit yourself. Do you like your keyboard noises showing up on stream, or do you want me to show you how to filter it out? You see here, I have a quiet enough voice that, despite being closer to the mic, I would get, like, audio quality issues if I remove the keyboard noises. Plus, I kind of like them, you know? I wanted my keyboard to be comfy. I hate them so much. You hate my keys? You're so mean. Okay, I need you guys to understand, like, hear me out, okay? I'm gonna put something on for us to watch together as a family. But I just want you to know it is because the layer part of this process is the most boring and annoying process of this for me. And I want to stay locked in. But I want you to know that at any point you have questions or anything you want, interrupt me, it's fine. Family, true. As my friend would say, we're gonna watch this as a goddamn family. Bore me, daddy. So I got a video recommended to me. Most disturbing crimes that happened in the VTuber community. I think you cuties might be interested.
These are the most disturbing crimes that happen in the VTuber community, and as the video goes on, things will only keep getting worse.
Pause, you shit stain. Well, this is cropping really weird. Almost there. Almost there. Almost there. Almost there. Okay, bam. I think the craziest crime that ever happened in the VTubing community was your video of the pickle man. What the freak? You ever just honk out a dirt snake? Right, here goes, brothers.
These are the most disturbing crimes that happen in the VTuber community, and as the video goes on, things will only keep getting worse. It's late 2024. Anycolor, the company behind Niji Sanji, one of the biggest VTuber talent agencies in Japan, along with its affiliate event venues, suddenly starts receiving a wave of life-threatening messages through email and anonymous forums. Nobody knows who's behind it, and with several Niji Sanji events about to take place, Anycolor and countless fans online launch a massive manhunt, hoping to stop something tragic before it actually happens. It all starts when an anonymous user begins posting extremely hateful messages aimed directly at Anycolor and its talents across multiple anonymous forums, and even goes as far as submitting them through the company's official contact form. In one of those messages, he threatens to pour gasoline and take the lives of the people at the Niji Sanji event venues, including staff at Anycolor's headquarters in Tokyo. And his messages start to escalate even further, including graphic threats of violence towards the company's staff and VTubers. And in a country that treats these kinds of statements as serious criminal offenses, especially after the 2019 Kyoto animation attack.
Yukes, do you know if there's any crimes like murder in there? I don't know, but there's 400% likelihood of there being a PDF files.
Which ended the lives of dozens and left many more injured, Anycolor has every reason to see this as something that could put not just their company, but innocent people in danger. Not long after receiving the threats and realizing how serious the situation had become, the company would begin working closely with law enforcement, including the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department. And with that much support behind them, they would immediately start preparing both civil and criminal complaints, aiming to track down whoever was behind these messages. From there, investigators would begin piecing together the online activity of this user, working off the messages submitted through Anycolor's inquiry form, along with the threats that were posted across various forums. Now, while very little about the process was ever revealed publicly, based on how Japanese law enforcement typically handles cyber threats of this nature, it's likely that they were able to track the suspect using a combination of digital forensics and tips from concerned fans. And on December 3rd, 2024, authorities would finally arrest the suspect.
PDF files to the recycling bin, so true. I'm still voting for the wood chipper. Well, he's staying in he's staying on brand.
Kyoto, Japan. And just one day after his arrest, Anycolor would release an official statement confirming that he had been acting under a false belief. He was convinced that someone he personally held a grudge against was working at the company. It was in many ways a tragic misunderstanding and spiraled out of control. And
there's
the company
a hair
would continue
sketch.
working with the police to press
Looks
charges
great,
and
right?
hold him accountable, making it clear that what mattered then was keeping their staff, their talents, and their fans safe from anything like this happening again. And Anycolor would also highlight how the VTuber community supported them through this time. And near the end of the post, they would add one final quote saying, "In consideration of the impact on the investigation by the police and other investigative agencies, we're limiting the information we report and the scope of information we disclose." Because of this, most of what happened to Naomasa after his arrest was kept private. This next case, however, didn't hide behind a screen, and he knew exactly where his victim was.
Elena's is so cute too. Oh my god, look at her little, like...
It's November 1st, 2024. Camilla, a 25-year-old VTuber with over 280,000 followers on Twitch and more than 330,000 subscribers across her YouTube channels, is just having fun on a collab live stream with fellow YouTubers Beetle and Evil Nero on Beetle's Twitch channel. As they're casually talking in front of thousands of viewers, Evil Nero suddenly asks Camilla to perform clown tricks on stream for fun. But instead of answering, she doesn't say a single word, and her character strangely freezes in place.
But you're the ultimate clown, Camila. Can you teach me some more tricks?
But just a few seconds later, Camilla suddenly starts talking again.
Sorry, let's just say in this humble abode, if there was someone like knocking on my window, how would you react?
Brushing it off as just a question about an imaginary scenario, Evil Nero, the AI, answers her in a sarcastic manner, with everyone not taking what Camilla said seriously.
I'd probably grab the nearest object and get ready to throw it at them. Then I'd ask whether they're a friend or foe.
But much to their surprise, Camilla doubles down by saying that someone actually just banged on her window, leaving her visibly startled.
Let's just say I'm in a house right now and someone just like pounded on my window.
Don't
But
say it on
still,
stream.
Camilla
Don't
doesn't
say
think
it
much
on
of
stream.
And the stream continues for another hour, with the three of them hanging out and talking to fans. But once the stream ends, she decides to check the camera footage, only to find out that no one was outside her house at the time her window got banged on. Assuming it was just some random kid messing around, she lets the whole thing go, and nothing else happens for the rest of the day. The next day, however, in the middle of her stream, she suddenly hears a loud bang against her house, with the sound even echoing through the stream.
Oh my god, look at her little like... What the fuck is that?
Fearing that something bad might happen, or might have already happened, she quickly mutes
How
her
can they not take it
microphone
seriously,
and presses
right?
the panic button, which is an emergency alert device that contacts the police, and she rushes out her room to check if her mother's okay. Thankfully, she sees that her mom is safe, and it turns out that her mother's already looking through the cameras, saying that a man holding a sledgehammer is banging on their garage and trying to break into their
hell
house.
no.
She was looking on the cameras and he had a fucking sledgehammer. He had a sledge. He didn't look like he had.
Well,
any
Neuro's AI, but the
weapons.
chat isn't, right?
He was trying
Yeah.
to come in with a sledgehammer.
Without wasting any time, they go straight to where the firearms are stored and hide in a safe spot inside the house. While they're trying to stay quiet, however, her iPhone suddenly activates and starts trying to read out her location, likely triggered by an accidental voice command, causing her to scream in panic. She quickly shuts off her phone and goes completely silent, and all they can hear now is the man outside, screaming erratically. While this is happening, it turns out there were already police patrolling nearby, since there had been a rise in drunk drivers speeding and crashing in the area. And moments later, Camilla and her mom hear sirens getting closer, and as soon as they do, the man's shouting stops. The police arrive at their house and see what's happening, which prompts them to immediately arrest the man on the spot and take over the situation, making sure that Camilla and her mother are safe. When the officers ask if they're okay, it's clear that both of them are still shaken. They don't say much, still trying to process what just happened.
I'm really stupid. I muted my microphone because if there was something going on, I didn't want you guys to hear anything. Let's say something did happen and then you heard absolute catastrophe in the mic. I did not want that for people to listen to that. So I muted it. In case anything happened.
And thinking about how close they were to being in serious danger, Camilla decides to pack her bags and tells her mother that they have to leave. But before they go, she gives her number to one of the police officers.
When she heard knocking on her window, she was in a collab with one person and one AI VTuber. So two entities but one human. I'm under the impression. But when there was the actual like sledgehammer incident that she just described, she was streaming by herself. And I don't know if it's Vettel or Vedal. Anywho, he's the programmer, yes. Neuro is the AI he made, yeah. AI VTubers are a thing now. Wild. She's been a thing for a while now, and she's pretty popular.
So she can be updated on who the man is and why he did this in the first place. And shortly after they find a place to stay, Camilla posts an update on Twitter saying, "More info from the police to answer more questions. He's arrested. He admitted to planting a device in a gift he gave me." It turns out the gift was handed to her at a VTuber fan convention, where the man had approached her in person just to give it to her. And on top of this, she also warns other VTubers to be safe with receiving presents, adding, "Make sure you guys are checking convention gifts for tracking devices before taking them home with you, or you too could end up just like me."
That
Camilla then
sucks.
posts one final tweet saying she won't be returning home for a while. So instead, a family member would be escorted by an officer into the house to pack all the fan gifts into a large container and hand it over to the police. just to be safe and check for anything else before throwing it away. Sometime after this, she even talks about the impact it had on her during one of her live streams, which was now deleted, saying she's been stuck in the same nightmare every night, as she keeps replaying everything that happened. Because of that, she would make the decision to stop accepting gifts from fans altogether, as well as attending any future meet and greets in real life. While she felt awful for doing this, especially after describing how happy she felt getting to hug and meet her friends, her community accepts that, with all of them understanding that this is the right thing to do. The man, however, didn't come out of it nearly as well and ends up getting exactly what he deserves. He's hit with multiple charges like stalking and attempted break-in and planting a tracking device. Unfortunately, his identity was never revealed, and while the legal outcome wasn't made public, there's every reason to believe he's not getting out of jail anytime soon. What comes next, however, is truly disturbing in all the wrong ways.
You do it! You get off to it! You use it in your thumbnails to bait your viewers to come watch your streams. That's what people watch you for, you freak!
Damn, that
But before
person's
talking about
mad.
Taku, I want to talk about the sponsor of this video, FreeCam.
Get your coin? I don't want to hear it. Also, lovelies, I know of Nux kind of vaguely, not super wild. Like, I'm not super familiar with the feller, but I know that there's controversy and he makes videos, and I'm not gonna lie, that's the meat and potatoes of what I know. Alright, I'm gonna put my other model back on. Boop.
Location, the interface may look a bit different, but it works the same everywhere. So don't miss out, and it's literally free to try, so why not? Now let's get back to the video. Nux Taku is a 29-year-old Canadian VTuber with over 2 million YouTube subscribers.
Why
He became
does he
known
keep
for
dropping
highly
people's
energetic
ages?
and
I hope that they're
exaggerated
public
anime
with it
commentary
themselves.
and content reviews. And while most people saw him as one of those
Pretty creepy
recognizable
towards Jaden
figures in
animations.
the
Oh
anime
boy.
and VTuber community, his videos and eventually his actions would spiral into something much worse. Back in late 2019 to 2020, Nux content would for some reason turn away from anime and meme commentary and increasingly focus on more provocative videos. And this is around the time he would also begin running contests around the Rule 34 art, where people draw highly inappropriate adult versions of fictional characters, often with zero boundaries on who gets included. For your own sake, seriously, don't look it up. And around this time, he would also show up on streams of various VTubers, donating money with requests to act out suggestive and obsessive behavior. While not outright illegal, it's a disturbing pattern that only gets worse from here on out. Now, these provocative videos would get him a ton of success. With this in mind, Nux Taku would also launch one of his most popular series in the worst way possible, by showing other YouTubers and online personalities extremely explicit materials. These include videos involving which refers to non-consensual acts with animals, suggestive content featuring blood-related fictional characters, and even adult depictions of
Shadman? Oh my
characters.
god.
Despite his attempts to censor it or bury it within his thumbnails, Canada strictly forbids the possession or distribution of explicit content involving younger people, whether real or animated. And yet Nux not only watched and possessed these materials, but also distributed them across his channel. By 2020, Nux then came into contact with an infamous NSFW artist known as Shadman, someone already banned on multiple platforms due to his disturbing content and a long list of public controversies. One of the most disturbing examples came in 2016, when Shadman drew an overly explicit image of Keemstar's real-life daughter, who was just 8 years old at the time. This post sparked
Why is
immediate
8
outrage
censored?
and would go on to resurface years later as one of the most well-known controversies tied to his name. Even with this reputation though, the two would start exchanging messages. A year later, Nux would then start using very questionable artwork in his videos, some of it coming directly from Shadman. In one of those thumbnails, for example, he used a piece of Shadman's collaborative comic with Belle Delphine, something many viewers instantly recognized and called out in the comments due to the artist's notorious reputation. But despite all of that backlash, Nux simply wouldn't respond. Instead, he'd be seen liking some of the comments that bring this up, and the image would stay up for quite a while, with nothing ever said or done. Later that same year, Nux would upload a reaction video to his second channel, one that would end up becoming one of his most viewed. It centered around a viral
Talk about
meme
minors and
featuring
crimes on
Anta,
YouTube, you
a
get
character from
demonetized.
Animal Crossing, which blew up on TikTok after tons of people, including kids, started mimicking this dance. But what most people didn't realize at the time was that the original version of the meme was actually not safe for work. Nux even mentions how strange it is that kids are doing the dance now, but
Specifically
rather
children's
than say
ages?
anything beyond that, he just brushed it off and starts talking about how good the music is. What makes it even
What a
worse
scene
is
from
that the
true crime
thumbnail he
channels.
was using for this video
Man,
was pulled directly
that's
from
dumb.
the explicit version of the dance. YouTube would inevitably step in and take the whole thing down for violating their rules about explicit content on their platform. But this wouldn't be the only thing Nux would be involved in. Around late 2021 and early 2022, Nux would again find himself caught in yet another controversy, this time involving a different VTuber named Bungo Taiga. It all started when Taiga
feel
was
like
exposed
Taiga
for
was
allegedly
cancelled.
trying to obtain explicit photos from a year-old. And as soon as this information would surface, Nux would publicly shame him, even calling him a predator in front of his own audience. And this is where things get twisted. Taiga himself would respond to this by releasing a document he calls the exoneration document. In it, he doesn't just deny the allegations against him, but instead he also tries to turn the blame onto Nux himself. On his own stream, Taiga would claim that Nux's frequent use of content revolving around adult depictions of fictional younger people basically normalized this kind of content, making him think that this kind of behavior was okay in the first place.
Stop acting like it's the worst thing in the world. You do it. You do it. You do it. You get off to it. You use it in your thumbnails to bait your viewers to come watch your streams. That's what people watch you for. You freak.
Now surprisingly, this
They are
response would get him
mad.
a ton of attention, and people would begin to question themselves whether Nux's content is one of the causes for this. Faced with the growing backlash and hate, Nux would eventually take back his previous statement, while also publicly admitting that calling him a predator is the biggest mistake of his career.
This was probably the biggest L of my career, to be honest. Bungo Taiga even leaked the DMs on his stream about me apologizing to him and stuff.
In July 2024, however, his past actions would be dug up once more, this time during a separate controversy involving Ava Chris Tyson from the MrBeast crew. During that time, a series of expose posts called the Shat Files would start spreading online, aiming to expose creators who had previously interacted with Shatman, and among the list was obviously Nux Taku. Now after the release of these files, Nux would immediately respond publicly, speaking out against Shatman and trying to distance himself from him.
It's the Shadman stuff. Okay, so I knew it was Lolly stuff. Okay, so Shadman takes Lolly to another level. So Shadman is a not-ish, ish fellow, okay? Not actually been necessarily, as far as I know, accused of shit. I know that there have been criminal stuff that's going on here.
He would also
That
claim
is so
that his
tired of hearing
messages
about
with
Ava.
them were
Never
not
heard of
only
them.
one-sided, but that he also had no idea about the full extent of Shatman's work. But just like before, most people simply weren't buying it.
I just scrolled back in my DMs from, how old is this? 1 second. 2020 with Shadman, because he sent me some wild shit.
In the days that followed, online creators like Kuiman and Larix would start digging through Nux's videos, ultimately finding out that he seems to contradict everything he just said. Nux would make a video talking about how he came into contact with Shatman in the first place. However, Kuiman would post a tweet right after with a screenshot of Nux
Same
wanting
with
to
that.
collaborate with Shatman with the caption, "Why are you lying? You asked him to collab and got rejected in 2021. Wanna collab? No, but your heart's in the right place. Understandable, have a nice day. I'm here when you come around. Devil emoji." Even with the evidence of Nux being the one who reached out to Shatman, it wouldn't take long before Nux would respond again. In the video he made replying to this, he would claim that the collaboration was just him grilling Shatman, which basically means he was planning to confront Shatman rather than trying to collab with him.
People are making this as some sort of, I am supporting him and I'm trying my best to become friends with Shadman, this monster, which is fucking stupid if you know my content at all. I troll, confront people when I collab the same way you do, talking to Keemstar, on LOLCow, and if you watch my videos, you know that.
But Larix would question him about this in a tweet saying, "So you didn't know the extent of his then, but we're going to grill him at the same time. If you did get
Nice,
that collab,
Aki,
what
nice.
would you grill Shat on? From what I remember, he was known as the guy who drew sex. You didn't know that?" And Nux would respond by tweeting, "I knew about the stuff and some of his art, like the beast, with fictional etc. Definitely enough to grill the guy. This, however, simply doesn't make any sense, since Nux had been using Shadman's work in his own thumbnails, some of which were only taken down later. Now, at the lowest point of his career, with dozens of clips and posts exposing him, Nux would simply decide to stop responding, likely hoping it would all get buried. But the backlash would only grow, as creators like Harmful Opinions and Nicandros would start compiling footage of his obsessive content and obscene material involving fictional. Harmful and Nicandros would also end up releasing a video in August of 2024, exposing a significant amount of Nux's hypocrisy. Not only did they disprove the idea that Nux was ever truly criticizing Shadman, Harmful would also point to one of Nux's thumbnails, which showed a highly disturbing and inappropriate piece of artwork, including a dog and a woman. Another thumbnail was also brought up, with Harmful explaining that a reverse image search would lead to an explicit adult site, with the image itself containing violent graphic themes. This huge amount of information was actually came from the Reddit account of someone who used to keep tabs in Nux's subreddit. And although this account has long been banned, the posts that are made on Nux's subreddit are still up, and they document a massive amount of explicit materials that Nux used for his thumbnails. But what really catched people's attention is that within the Reddit post that Harmful shows, a white-haired anime girl is seen in the middle, and it was the avatar of a well-known VTuber by the name of Gargura. Keep in mind that this was the same girl that was in the image with the tag imminent. On top of that, it turns out that Nux
Is Yuki's PC dying? Okay, hold on. Is it the audio or is it visual? And my Clip Studio was auto-saving just then, so I don't know if that's why. I mean, it's completely fine on my end. It doesn't say any drop frames or anything. Auditory. I don't know. Audio is glitchy. Same as always, it's audio and only the video, not you. Huh. Weird. It was both for you. YouTube sound like you were skipping through it. Weird. I don't know what to do about that.
Videos.
There's lollies, which I have absolutely nothing against. I don't think anyone has anything against lollies, okay? Like Chibidoki, or Megumin from Konosuba, or Gura.
This heavily implies that Nux was very well aware of the image's nature, especially since he previously described Gargura as a loli, and had used similar imagery knowingly, and he would even go as far as saying this.
Nothing has anything against lollies. It's lolly that's the gray zone. This guy's pinned tweet that he retweeted is this, alright? Look, it's lolly stuff. That's a line, all right? Lolly stuff, that's the gray zone, not actual, but the gray zone.
Which simply isn't true, considering that in Canada, where he lives, this kind of stuff is basically just illegal. Now, Nux never faced any legal consequences for what happened, and he continues to upload videos to this day. But for many, his name is now tied to one of the most disturbing and controversial reputations on the platform. Unlike him though, this next individual took advantage of multiple people.
You held a stream in which I thought you would admit our relationship. Instead, you did quite the opposite, saying with a righteous and dignified attitude that you are single.
Kyoka, also known as the founder and leading talent of a VTuber agency called Overidea, was a Japanese VTuber best known on the Bilibili platform, where he had over 1 million followers. He was already a major figure in the VTuber community, especially after landing collaborations with Nijisanji English, again one of the biggest agencies in the scene, including talents like Vox Akuma and Fulgur Ovid. At the time, his career simply wasn't showing any signs of slowing down. In 2023, however, all of that would come crashing down when someone going by the name of
a lot of times he calls that stuff out. It's just him trying to show everyone he's better. He's engaging with it, yup.
And reveal who he really was behind the camera. In early 2021, Kyoka and Ding Tang, who's the Chinese VTuber, and someone Kyoka's romantically involved with, are gaining a ton of momentum in their careers as a funny and entertaining couple. And even off-stream, they would grow closer by spending most of their nights on their phone talking for hours. Until during one of these sessions, Kyoka would suddenly say, "My are huge. Do you want to see it? And he would then proceed to send an unsolicited selfie of himself wearing nothing but underwear. Now, although Kyoka and Bingtang are a couple, sending something this uncalled for would still catch Bingtang very off guard. In East Asian relationship culture, especially in the early stages, these actions can still come across as inappropriate or uncomfortable, even between partners.
No
So
worries.
confused, Bingtang assumed that he's just doing this under the impression
Seth,
that
wanna send me your
foreigners are
balls?
more enthusiastic and unrestrained, and just brushes it off. And their relationship would continue to develop, and so would their careers, with much of that growth coming from Bingtang actually, as she would help Kyoka connect with major Chinese streamers, finding artists for his live character model, and even letting him borrow a huge amount of money just for him to live stream and play gacha. However, it turns out that none of those favors, especially the money, were ever
I'll
paid
send you
back,
Seth's
despite the
balls.
fact that he was more popular than ever. His career kept growing, and so did the amount of money he made, with more and more donations coming from his female fans actually. Now one night, Bingtang would actually tune into a stream and realize that Kyoka was actually using the same kind of suggestive conversations and behaviors they used to do over the phone to flirt with his female fans, and she would confront him about it, with Kyoka simply responding with, "If you're a public figure, you need to be more mature about this. You can't hinder my work just because you don't like it. My job is to be an idol, and an idol is to create a beautiful dream for the audience." And he would take this very seriously.
A terabyte
Because in
of
November of
two
2021,
pictures.
Kyoka, now at the peak of his career, would announce that he's currently single, hoping to appeal to his female fans. While behind the scenes, he would still be in a relationship with Bingtang the entire time. But despite that, some of the fans were already starting to question whether he was telling the truth, because it just seemed so sudden. Annoyed, he would instead criticize a portion of his audience, calling out what he refers to as his girlfriend fans for being too sensitive, and claiming that they should just trust that he's not in a relationship. But every time, as soon as the stream would end, Kyoka would send a message to Bingtang, saying stuff
Thank
like,
you,
"I love
Starzy.
you, my wife."
Thanks for
He
popping
would
in today.
manipulate both sides, his fans as well as his actual girlfriend. And this kind of manipulation simply wouldn't stop. And over time, Bingtang would actually start blaming herself, saying she was the one.
Okay, hold on. I gotta halt this. So, we started this off with the, what's her name? Camellia? I forget already. I'm sorry. But the girl who, like, almost got her house broken into or whatever. We started off with that, which is horrifying. Right? And then bro was like, even worse. And then he showed Nux. And you would think, I don't know, that there'd be Camilla, okay. There'd be build up, and so far, I mean, there's still some more of this to go. It's just some, like, couple drama? Relationship drama, right. It's like we went from a 9/11 documentary to a picnic montage.
Causing all of this tension. Now, because of this drama, his popularity would gradually decline, and he would decide to take it out on the one person who helped him the entire time. He would start yelling at Bingtang, telling her that it's all her fault, but he would quickly go back to acting sweet and telling her nice things whenever he wanted to initiate inappropriate conversations over the phone. He would start calling her his wife again. This made Bingtang very confused and felt like something was seriously wrong. So she would turn to a friend going by the name
I feel
of
like I've been
Pari,
there.
who would end up telling her something she didn't expect at all. Kyoka's like this. He's someone who will sacrifice others for his own benefit. And Bingtang would find out that Kyoka had actually been in a similar relationship with Pari before. It was all just a big game to him. Now, the moment he realized that they actually talked with each other, he would immediately start lashing out again, telling her to never speak to Pari ever. But it's around this time that Kyoka's actions would finally start catching up to him. Some of the fans who used to support him were starting to pull away, especially the ones he once called his girlfriend fans. And a lot of it had to do with his personality behind the scenes, since the drama started to leak out.
I've ever had a
But
nickel
this
for
would
every time
simply make him
VTubers had
treat
controversy
Bingtang
over
even worse
toxic
than before.
relationships.
Whenever he
Call
would
me
see
Tony Stark.
VTubers who were more
I
popular than
do
him,
not
he would get
actually
jealous
help
and
that
start saying
statistic.
inappropriate things behind their backs just to make him feel better. And at the same time, he would start messaging a bunch of female streamers in private. He would check if they're having a bad day, ask them if they want to talk, and slowly get closer to them over time. And just like that, a lot of them will start growing attached to him, texting with him constantly, getting on voice calls, and even sending photos and sharing personal information. But not long after, Bingtang would receive a message from Kyoka, where he admits that he's been saving screenshots of his private conversations with these girls the entire time, just to see how she would react, and getting a thrill whenever she showed any signs of jealousy. He tells her that he never actually cared about any of them, and that it was all just a way to mess with her emotions and keep her from leaving. Some of these messages he shared included personal details the girls had shared with him, like their home addresses, schools, workplaces, and private experiences, and even company secrets. And after collecting them, Bingtang would just simply watch as Kyoka would begin saying inappropriate and hateful things about the girls behind their backs. Now everything between Bingtang and Kyoka would start falling apart, but they were still talking regularly. Bingtang simply couldn't let go, and during those late night calls, he would start pressuring Bingtang to do suggestive things with him until morning, and eventually he would tell her that he had an obsession with something called NTR, which is a Japanese term that refers to a genre where a character's romantic partner is unfaithful or stolen by another person, and he would start saying disturbing things about how she's constantly surrounded and adored by male fans, and how he liked that. Now despite the backlash he was already facing, Kyoka would still go as far as hiring an exotic performance person, and after Bingtang actually found out, he would go into explicit detail about his time with the girl and the services he paid for. And this is the point where Bingtang would suddenly break. She would say that her stomach felt sick and she would break down completely. So throughout May of 2022, she would decide to cancel her streams. Now as time progressed, people started forgetting about what happened between the two, especially Kyoka. So his popularity from the girlfriend fans would suddenly start bouncing back up leading up to his birthday. And because of the drama he had, some of his most loyal fans would begin to go to the extremes and attack Bingtang and her family out of jealousy, sending malicious and even life-threatening messages. But despite Bingtang's situation, she would often cry and apologize to him, even when he was the one doing all of these twisted things to her. Now it's just a few hours before his birthday party, and Kyoka would actually invite Bingtang to his livestream party, and she would ask him if he wanted a birthday present. And Kyoka would respond to her by saying, "Send me 100,000 Chinese yuan," which by the way is nearly $14,000. And Bingtang would simply agree and send the money through a super chat, a paid message that appears publicly on Kyoka's stream. But the thing is, as soon as the fans see this donation, some of them suddenly accuse her of trying to steal the spotlight, since it was his birthday stream after all. And the insults and messages she receives would only get worse. And so he would refund the money she sent him for some reason. But Bingtang decides to step up and simply says how horribly he treated her. But he just simply says, "I paid you back the money. What are you still struggling with? Do you know how much I sacrificed to protect you?" Meanwhile, the verbal attacks from Kyoka's fans escalate even further, and Bingtang's own fans, along with regular viewers, start realizing what's actually going on. At this point, Kyoka also changes his agent, and this is when his girlfriend fans, the ones who were willing to do anything for him, start turning on each other, arguing over whether Bingtang was really at fault. And on October 7th, 2022, Bingtang simply can't take it anymore and uploads a video on Bilibili detailing everything Kyoka had done. And while it's still unclear if he's done the same to others, she ends the video by saying, "These 3 years of my early 20s, the best 3 years of my youth, were giving to a scumbag." Now shortly after, Kyoka would host an apology stream on the same platform, with over 35,000 people watching the whole thing. But just after that, both Bingtang's expose and Kyoka's stream would get taken down, and soon after, both of their accounts would get suspended, likely due to the platform's strict policies. This next person, however, was taken advantage of at every single point.
My content is 18 plus but wasn't fully reinforced the way I thought it was. I broke my own rules hard and didn't want it to be, but I did. I want to throw up and forget this.
It's January 2022. Mauzi Banharu is a young VTuber who's still legally a and she reaches out to another creator named Ja Waffle, better known online as Waffy. Now Waffy has built her presence streaming VR chat on Twitch, calling herself a Neko-made VTuber, with a personality that's as flashy as her character model, and content she openly says is made for adults. Despite this, Haru isn't looking for anything more than streaming advice and a new friend, and Waffy actually responds to her by sending her a link to her Discord server. Now before letting her in though, she asks how old Haru is, and when Haru tells her she's Waffy hesitates for a moment, saying her content is made for adults, but still the conversation keeps going and says, "You're fine, just be careful. A lot of people in the VTuber community say that if you're a
get the f out. I'm not picky, but I'm just helping you by giving you a warning too.
And Haru is allowed to join the server nonetheless. And things are surprisingly normal at first. The conversations mostly are about tips on how to get better at streaming,
you're
with
still streaming?
Haru
Yes.
even offering to draw her some artwork just to show appreciation. It isn't until late March of 2022, just 2 months after they first meet, that Wafi starts to show what kind of person she really is. In this conversation she asks,
Well, this one is somewhat or a really odd question. Don't take it in a bad way. Haru butt drawings? Might have?
Haru then tries to clarify what she meant, and Wafi follows it up by saying,
You have any drawings of your character's butt?
and while it
What?
might seem harmless since it's just a fictional character, there's something important to keep in mind. Haru's VTuber model ages with her, so when Wafi asks for that kind of drawing, she's essentially asking to see what a character looks like from behind, fully exposed. Not long after that, Haru casually asks what Wafi's been
This is why I
drawing,
avoid
and with zero
Yuki.
hesitation, Wafi responds,
You sitting on my face? Blush emoji?
and just a few days later, even after Haru clearly tells her that she's Wafi continues sending inappropriate comments. She replies with,
Ah, okay, I'm safe. Partly I thought you were more of a and you are to me since I'm 23. Yeah, I don't seem 23, don't I? I may seem very when I asked you about art of you on me. I know and seems f***ed up, but I mean no harm and don't take it in a bad way, if you get me.
On March 23rd,
Don't take it in a bad
2022,
way.
the conversations would
Frick?
start turning into something even more indecent.
Drooling emoji, hehe. Let me guess, striped panty Haru. Yes, I love that stuff. I want it all over me.
And after that, she asks something even worse.
Odd question. Are you okay with ERP? If you don't want to do it, it's fine.
Oh my
Sorry,
God.
and nothing not safe for work. I mean just etchy, if that's what you're wondering.
With terms like ERP and ecchi, it's clear that Wafi isn't just trying to talk about art or streaming. She wants to roleplay something suggestive with Haru, and since Haru obviously can't fully grasp the situation she's in, she simply agrees. Shortly after that, Wafi starts going into more detail about what kind of ERP she wants to do. She introduces a fixation where Haru is imagined as massive while she stays small, and this quickly becomes the focus of their chats. These kind of conversations would go on for about a month, and they keep getting more intense in the worst way possible. In early April of 2022, Wafi then admits to doing inappropriate things to herself during these roleplays with Haru, someone 6 years younger than her. And just when it seems like things couldn't get worse, she also starts sending drawings of Haru's character with her behind fully exposed. And less than a week later, despite everything she's already done, Wafi asks Haru for a picture of her butt. But what Haru doesn't realize is that she's not talking about her model, she means her real body. And Haru agrees. And right after that, Wafi tries to act like it's harmless, saying,
All I'm saying, be careful though. Not to me, but like in general. I'm not harmful.
Bro.
I'm straight honest and blunt when saying things. I don't mean them in a harmful way and won't lead to any more hardcore. Do you get what I mean? I just feel cautious about asking that since I had friends remove me before. That's why I'm scared asking. Sorry, rant.
and with how much Haru trusts her, she ends up sending multiple explicit photos of herself, with Wafi responding in very inappropriate ways, flooding the messages with drooling emojis, for example. And months later, in late 2022, Wafi would take things even further. On a live stream, she put together a so-called tier list. And weirdly enough, she tries to get someone on the stream to ask Haru for a submission. Now it's never clear whether she's referring to Haru's character or her real body, but it's disturbing nonetheless. And someone who I'll introduce later would call her out for it, directly confronting her over how far she took things on stream. But instead of owning up to it, Wafi simply brushed it off, blaming alcohol and her meds for how she acted. Now despite everything Wafi's already done to her, Haru would admit that she has feelings for her. And at the time she actually says this only because she's emotionally attached and just doesn't want Wafi to leave. But Wafi would actually decide to turn it down, saying,
The thing is though, you're younger than me, so sadly we can't date. Like legally, I can't date you. 23 minus 18 equals 5 years older than I am. And I looked it up and I believe 5 years is okay for the date.
Oh my God.
now despite this
This is
seemingly
goofy.
message, considering how long she's been flirting and role-playing with her, this makes absolutely no sense. She actually has been enjoying the line the whole time. She already crossed it months ago. Wafi then tells Haru to wait until she turns 20 so they can actually date, as if that somehow makes any of it okay. Now after turning 19, Haru noticed that Wafi barely talked to her anymore, and it made her feel like she didn't matter, like she'd just been tossed aside. And so years later, on January 12, 2023, after her friends tell her it was a mistake to stay with Wafi in the first place, Haru finally listens and cuts all contact, saying that looking back, she
Clip
feels
is saving.
disgusted
Let
by
me know if the
everything
audio
Wafi did
gets
to her
weird.
and to her character. And more than a year later, on August 4th, 2023, 2024, Haru
Okay, it's
finally
done
released
saving.
a document exposing months of inappropriate behavior from Wafi, not only toward herself but several others. In her post, she wrote,
When I was a VTuber by the name of Ja Waffle did things with me that were highly inappropriate and has done things to other people as well. This is our story, so please read it all the way through.
But the story with Waffle doesn't end there. Not long after Haru walked away, Wafi set her sight on someone else, a person we'll call B. B first came across Wafi during one of her streams, and this is how their first interaction began.
Beginning was me donating $20 and her flirting with me. Then she begged for money and gave me special treatment in the stream. I helped solve her botting issues, like 12 times, and recommended solutions for all her issues. Got mod access while still being begged for money, as I managed her TikTok. Then one day she got tired of me and replaced me for relationship matters, but not financial ones. So she still came for me asking for money every week, until she realized it was hopeless.
Even after B says their relationship had already ended, Wafi was still asking for favors.
Hey, can you send the collar? Just wondering. Sure, once I'm out of the hospital, I'll probably get the diamonds taken off, but a gold collar should be good enough. Oh, the diamonds were almost 3k, hun, and considering I don't really understand
Crimes
what our
in the
relationship
VTuber
is,
community,
I'd like
yeah.
to repurpose them. I was hoping
What the
they'd
fuck
be
is
on there,
popcorn
but if it makes you
chicken? Oh my
comfy,
god.
So then, fine. I'm just stressed as f and
I
struggling.
could fuck
I
up
don't
some
know, sorry.
popcorn chicken.
Well, I'd be fine.
The video is, yeah, crimes in the VTuber community, supposedly. Welcome back, Milk Bro. Yap Master, yes.
Fine with it if we were dating, or even if the puff art got finished, but you kinda cancelled everything you were getting done for me, so I'm still not even sure I should give it to you at all. I'll tell Puff to finish it.
It turns out though that Haru and B weren't the first. One of the earlier victims was another we'll call A, someone who actually met Wafi back in 2021, long before Haru ever came into the picture. It's not exactly clear how the two of them met, but at the time A was only while Wafi was already in her early 20s and had made it clear that her content was for mature audiences. And yet Wafi started urging A to open up about her personal life. A, still young and not fully aware of what's appropriate to share, ends up telling her things that should have stayed private, and that actually led to Wafi bringing up A's personal life in front of everyone during one of her Minecraft streams, going as far as revealing that A's parents had passed away. A would confront her about this more than once, telling her to stop, but Wafi simply wouldn't listen. And things get even weirder when Wafi would start complimenting A's voice, saying how hot it was. And what would start as casual praise would slowly turn into something more disturbing, with Wafi even making inappropriate art about her. And that's exactly when A would start pulling away. And she was actually the one warning Haru about Wafi when they first started talking. And unfortunately, this isn't the point where it ends either. A VTuber who goes by the name R would also end up getting dragged into Wafi's mess in early 2023. It turns out that Wafi had been spreading false rumors about him, claiming he was manipulating people into joining his so-called harem, which she described as a group of women all romantically interested in him. And when R found out about that, he would immediately confront her, telling her that it's not true and that the rumors really upset him. But instead of clearing it up, Wafi would simply double down. She would deny saying anything harmful and try to justify it by saying,
I just warn people that I don't know if you will get closer to them to join your polygamy from what I've heard.
But R would call her out directly, repeating what she said word for word. And she would respond with,
this is making me pissed, and I will block you because this is honestly making me shake and uncomfy. You are overthinking and this is the internet. Stuff like this will happen.
Wait,
Wafi
that's
would also
the
start
waffle
making
person saying
offensive
that?
jokes about people with physical disabilities. In
Stupid.
particular, she would mock people in wheelchairs by using inappropriate words during her livestream skits. But after R confronted her about it, she would simply say,
I see no hate to it. It's no harm to anyone or such to it. People who do take it as a slur from the video can just fuck off.
Then she tries to get out of the situation again by saying that she's had a couple of rough days and just needs sleep. But this isn't still the worst thing she'd done. On April 11th, 2023, Wafi is caught saying things that are deeply disturbing during a Discord conversation with an unknown user. They start talking about fictional characters that look like underage girls. And during the chat she says,
in general, lowly stuff is just child but not real. But everything is bad in any country. So I mean, if it isn't real life, then I'm fine because it's cute and hot, if you get me.
After that, she goes even further, sending several messages openly fantasizing about fictional young girls and even showing off part of her collection of those kinds of images. Then, about a year later, just after Haru released her document, a former moderator of Wafi's stream would come forward with a statement of their own.
Ex-mod for Wafi here. I had zero idea they even did this stuff, and I'm still in shock from the whole thing. Please, if you decide to tune into Wafi's stream, keep in mind that this person has hurt a lot of people. The type of stuff they used to do is downright disgusting. Their Discord is specifically 18+, but they also allow That was one of the many things that gave me a feeling that something was up.
They go on to say that the users on the Discord server had been posting explicit artwork of Ellen Joe, a clearly underage character from Zenless Zone Zero. And instead of removing these posts, Wafi actively allowed it. And according to them, there were a number of things that just didn't sit right, whether it was on her server or on Twitch. She rarely enforced the age restriction, and while there was technically an ID protection system in place for NSFW channels, it was quite easy to bypass. And to anyone who ever saw a minor interacting with her, they leave one final warning.
Please warn them, keep them safe. Take a look at Haru's document in the quote we tweet for further context.
Now, after this whole thing blew up, Wafi would finally decide to respond, posting a statement of her own.
I would like to address a recent tweet regarding my past actions. I acknowledge that much of what was stated is true. In 2022, when I was 23, I exhibited immaturity and did not fully understand the implications of my actions, which in retrospect were both illegal and inappropriate. Looking back at the direct messages I sent to Haru, I realized that my communication at the time was inappropriate. I recognize the impact of my actions, and I am committed to personal change for the better from the actions I did to them. I do not wish to use this as my excuse or a crutch. I am autistic. I have Asperger's
I'm
syndrome.
autistic.
Yes, I am higher functioning, but I face
This is just in. Autism causes you to, you know. That's ridiculous. So dumb. I hate when people do that.
challenges in understanding social norms, and during that period of me talking to Haru, I did not know it was okay. I am deeply remorseful for the harm I caused, and I want to empathize that I am actively working on bettering myself.
And the statement continues.
While I do not expect anyone to accept my apology, I want my efforts to change to be acknowledged. These are mistakes I will learn from, and I am seeking help to ensure I evolve into a better person. As I take time away from streaming to focus on my healing, I hope to return with a renewed sense of purpose. This experience has left a lasting impact on me. I am committed to growing from it. Thank you for your understanding, and I appreciate your patience during this process.
Then, on the afternoon of August 7th, 2024, Wafi would return with another tweet. She writes,
"My better response,"
and links to a second apology document, posted just 2 days after the first one had been deleted. Compared to the original, this one is even shorter, just a single page, and most of it reads more like a stream of emotion than a proper response to what she's been accused of. In it, she writes,
"I am a disappointment to everyone I trusted. I broke my own rules hard. I didn't want it to be, but I did. I want to throw up and forget this. Some people can change. It takes time, so please give me that. Finally, I want to say again, I am sorry, Haru, and everyone I hurt."
Now, all of her social and online activity would completely disappear. And considering that many people have been given awareness about her, it's clear that her name won't be coming back ever again, or at least won't in the near future. What comes next, however, is someone who took on many names and has been repeatedly exposed for predatory behavior within the VTuber community.
If I remember correctly, like over 100 videos or pics of girls doing things. That's not true. I've only had that done with like a few girls.
In 2016, Jose Rodriguez, a 23-year-old man from Brooklyn, was arrested after being caught soliciting explicit
Did he just say Jose?
The old will call Sophie on a game called Minecraft. It turned out he'd been talking to them for a while, and after getting Sophie's Skype account, he enticed the girl to perform inappropriate acts for him over the app, which included pictures and video calls. Sometime later, Sophie's father looked through her tablet and, to his horrible shock, found disgusting interactions between the two and immediately reported it to the local sheriff's office and the New York Police Department. Investigators eventually received the go signal to arrest Josel after tracking his location to Brooklyn, but once they raided his house, they found over 100 videos and images of suspected illegal content involving. Soon after his arrest, Joseph was held on a cash bail of over $30,000 at Rikers Island in New York and was sentenced to 10 years of probation. At first, this story seems like a closed case. However, 2 years later, in June 2017, Milky, a transgender Minecraft content creator who's formerly known as Vidal Rosé and Pumpkinite, would join a multiplayer series called The 100 Baby SMP, where creators would roleplay building virtual families and raising 100 kids in-game. This series would include well-known figures at the time time, such as Moon Dust Bry and Panda Fire 11, which helped drive a ton of engagement to her channel. With Milky's channel rapidly growing, she would start getting a lot of online friends, with two of the most relevant for later being Smarty's Cringe and Ruxanate Tux. And soon enough, they would start gather a presence in the 100 Baby SMP community and would rack in a lot of viewers. However, behind the cameras and away from the public eye, Milky wasn't the friendly Minecraft content creator people knew her as. She was actively messaging people who were not of age and repeatedly asking them to send selfies. In one conversation, for example, Milky, whose username is deleted user in this case, says,
I mean, I just wanna see a pic lol, if you don't mind of course. I hate selfies XD, the moment I take one I'm like, so take it, send it, then delete it. Simple lol.
Alongside this, Whimsy Kitsune, the person who organized that SMP that Milky was a part of, would find it highly suspicious when it comes to how old she actually was, as she only put her age as 18 plus on the community's public information and never how old she specifically was. Now after this information and especially the screenshot spread among the content creators, Smarty posted a warning tweet shortly after Milky blocked her, and more details were revealed. She also confirmed the allegations that Milky was in fact kind of a pervert, which led to Milky deactivating all of her online accounts following the exposure about her. She supposedly left the internet entirely. While many thought this was the end of Milky, especially with all of her online activity gone, they were terribly mistaken. In late 2018, Rux makes a video exposing a lot more information about Milky, after finding out that another account, going by the name of Tired Ellie, had been acting almost exactly the same. One person who interacted with them says,
I've been trying to become friends with Ellie, and she's been asking me to show my face twice, acting really weird, and I was wondering if that was normal for her to act like this.
The screenshot shows,
You should take a selfie. No, I'm not in a mood, but I want to see you in a call. Sorry, maybe another time, because I'll have my computer again soon. I guess we can call with just voice then. Can you still take selfies though?
Another user called Tatum also shares the experience with Ellie, saying,
She asked me to undress in a call once, which I also said no to. Just asked for pictures of my face, a ton, and for other than that, nothing else really.
And when others would inevitably confront her about these
You should
actions, Ellie would respond
remember
with,
so and so. They're known as Lumi Starbun. Oh shit! What? There's too many VTubers going by Kitsu, Kitsune, or Kitsune. Yeah, Kitsunes are popular. I'm gonna back that up a smidge.
who were not of age and repeatedly asking them to send selfies. In one conversation, for example, Milky, whose username is deleted user in this case, says,
I mean, I just want to see a pic lol, if you don't mind of course. I hate selfies XD, the moment I take one I'm like, so take it, send it, then delete it. Simple lol.
Alongside this, Whimsy Kitsune, the person who organized that SMP
Kitsune.
that Milky was a part of, would find it highly suspicious when it comes to how old she actually was, as she only put her age as 18 plus on the community's public information and never how old she specifically was. Now after this information and especially the screenshot spread among the content creators, Smarty posted a warning tweet shortly after Milky blocked her, and more details were revealed. She also confirmed the allegations that Milky was in fact kind of a pervert, which led to Milky deactivating all of her online accounts following the exposure about her. She supposedly left the internet entirely. While many thought this was the end of Milky, especially with all of her online activity gone, they were terribly mistaken. In late 2018, Rux makes a video exposing a lot more information about Milky, after finding out that another account, going by the name of Tired Ellie, had been acting almost exactly the same. One person who interacted with them says,
I've been trying to become friends with Ellie, and she's been asking me to show my face twice, acting really weird, and I was wondering if that was normal for her to act like this.
The screenshot shows,
You should take a selfie. No, I'm not in a mood, but I want to see you in a call. Sorry, maybe another time, because I'll have my computer again soon. I guess we can call with just voice then. Can you still take selfies though?
Another user called Tatum also shares the experience with Ellie, saying,
She asked me to undress in a call once, which I also said no to. Just asked for pictures of my face, a ton, and for
I'm going to sleep
other
now,
than that,
peeps.
nothing
Okie
else
dokie,
really.
Squiddy.
when
Have a
others
good
would
night.
inevitably confront her about these actions, Ellie would respond with,
Congratulations, I see that. So what? It's the face. It's not gonna kill anyone. And I stopped already, so either drop it or leave me alone.
Sometime after that, Smarties also posts a second warning tweet, this time with more details about Milky.
Back in late November/early December, I posted a warning about someone who went by the name of iMilky. She has hurt a great deal of the community, and it came to a point where we even had to get the authorities involved and call the police. After I posted my original warning involving her, she got a great deal of backlash, which is reasonable considering how many people she's affected. and what she's done. It drove her out of the community, and she backed away for a while, until she recently returned under the name Tired Ellie.
Smarty continues by saying that Milky, or Ellie, has asked countless individuals for revealing pictures, as well as pressing them to do inappropriate things. This includes asking for private images, flashing her, making suggestive requests, and more. She also says that Milky has given out several ages, ranging from all the way to 25, which makes her come across as a predator, especially considering how often she targets people closer to age when asking them to do these disgusting things. Not only this, but Milky also supposedly forced people into situations where she threatened to harm herself if they wouldn't agree to date her. And whenever Milky would get called out, she would just deny all of it, saying there's no real proof behind any of these accusations against her. But even after all of that denial and all the excuses, her newest alias, Tired Ellie, would also eventually be chased off the internet. However, in August of 2018, a VR chat mute Twitch streamer by the name of Kurinoko would suddenly show up, and not long after, many of the people would find out that this person was actually also Milky. And not only that, but they also began digging up Milky's real identity and discovered in horror that she was reportedly the exact same person as Joselle Rodriguez, who was the convicted predator mentioned in the beginning. And this blows up on the internet, and Milky tries to deny and clear all of the facts, but another DM immediately gets leaked after, showing that she still has plans to return to her Milky persona. And although Milky, or Kurinoko, would vanish from the internet once again,
Playing
many others
Peek
would
together
still
would be
continue
fun.
to track her movements, which consisted of a lot of other alt accounts that suddenly popped up. At this point, many people assumed that this would be the end of Milky's career on the internet, despite how many accounts they would create. But again, around 2019 to 2020, she would still somehow manage to rise from all of this. To get to the bottom of how this became possible, Rux, the person who originally exposed Milky, actually changed her name to Lumi Starbun, and shockingly had various controversies, including doxing, transphobia, and even faking their own death. And despite all of this, in late 2019, Lumi would make an art piece dedicated to iMilky with a caption saying,
I may have messed up my life yesterday, but I'm glad to have my best friend back. Thank you for the support at iMilky. I can't thank you enough for everything you've done for me, and I'm sorry for hurting you. I swear I will do better.
This post alone would quickly alert countless people to Milky's sudden reappearance, who would come back to Twitter and YouTube with a VR chat focused channel with over 600 subscribers. And as soon as the people started actually noticing that she came back, they all also came across a video of Milky online, responding and apologizing for the things she's done. In this video, however, she doesn't admit to anything she's actually done. Milky first states that she suspects the authorities had lied when they claimed that she was caught with over 100 suspected images and videos of highly obscene materials of. And according to her, she only had a few files of those.
Horses
that
VR
Milky
chat,
also
right?
adds by noting that the police had never showed her the illegal materials on a computer. And although some may argue that this isn't part of the police procedure, this is what she says.
When the cops came and got me, they were like, oh, we're confiscating your computer, and we found a whole bunch of stuff. They never actually showed me anything. They didn't show me any pictures, they didn't show me any videos, like, they didn't show me anything.
She then claims that she's changed, even while continuing to ask for selfies, explicit photos, and inappropriate roleplay. Afterwards, she also expresses depression and anxiety, seemingly to gain sympathy. There's also an attempt to justify her actions, saying she doesn't have control of something in her that's causing all of this.
Because it was something that happened. At the time, I had no control over. Some of you may think I'm stupid for saying that, but I'm being 100% honest here. There was something in me at that time that I just couldn't control. And it's some whole other thing. I know people won't believe me, so I won't bother going into it.
She then talks about deserving not just a second, but a third and fourth and even a fifth chance.
Everyone deserves a chance. Everyone deserves another chance. Some people, they mess up a few times. I'm one of those people, but no one's perfect.
In December of 2020, Milky would return to her Twitter with a flood of tweets. She admits to the horrible things she did and asks for another chance, reminding everyone that she's human too. But just as quickly as she came back, Milky's activity would again completely stop. And it definitely wasn't for a good reason. In late 2020, Rux would drop a bombshell of an expose again, revealing that Milky had allegedly done it again and again, and this time using a new account.
This is iMilky, a known who's been arrested for having 100+ images of child. I was friends with them, but it looks like they're still continuing, so I ended it, and they got mad when I found them again.
Rux also raised awareness by showing Voidyne's Discord name, who they claim is actually Milky. Under her name of Voidyne, Milky now uses a new AI character who streams in VR. iMilky's channel has now been deleted, and her online presence was never seen again, at least not under iMilky, with her probation ending in 2026. And again, definitely check out Freecash with this QR code or the link in the description. There's really no reason to not try it out since it's literally free.
Why would it recommend my own video? Thanks, YouTube. Okay, there's one I'm being recommended. I turned every grocery store animal into my pet. I'm interested.
These are all animals
I
that
don't
are
want to
being
hear about
sold at the grocery store
Cinderella.
for food. But instead of being someone's next meal, I've decided to rescue these sea creatures and turn them into my pet, to eventually
Oh.
rehabilitate them back to full health. But all these animals I've attempted to rescue were about to die, or if not, already dead. Just because the fact that they are sold as food and the enclosures they sell them in aren't suitable for any animals to survive. These are all animals I've made videos on, but I decided to make a movie with all of them together. So sit back and enjoy, as the first creature we will rescue is a rock crab. This is Mr. Krabs. I bought him from the grocery store where he was going to be boiled alive and eaten. But that wasn't my plan for Mr. Krabs. Now, I could have eaten this crab by now,
As
but
it shows him
instead, I
freaking
decided to
tearing
keep
a
him as
crab
my pet
apart,
right
dude.
next to my desk. But Mr. Krabs at the moment is very weak and on his last limbs, so it's gonna be a long shot whether I can actually save Mr. Krabs or not. So to get Mr. Krabs, I went to the grocery market. Most likely, these crabs are going to be eaten or boiled up for some soup. To see what condition they're in, I poked one to see if it would move. But he did not seem to move, which made me think they weren't doing very well and they were probably going to die soon. So I started picking at these crabs and one of them started running away. But when I grabbed him, I looked at his claw and realized that there was a big crack on it. So this guy was pretty banged up, but he was the one that I chose. Then I put him inside of a bag so I could buy him. Now that we have purchased our weak, injured crab, I brought it back to my truck. Okay, so I got this water from the actual tank. It's still real cold, that's very good. We gotta find our crab. Oh my god. Okay, he's still cold, so I mean, I guess that's good. Let me try to bring him out. You can see his mouth is moving. That's the only thing I see that's moving. Okay, he looks really weak.
Does he need water to live? Put him in the water! Put him in the
Okay,
water!
he's barely moving. I'm gonna put him in the water. As I first put him in the tank, he shows little signs of strength. Ooh. But at the same time, he let out a few bubbles, but he wasn't moving that much. I think he might be missing a leg, too. To see if it was a male or female, I flipped him over on his back to look. And this one is a male. You can tell because the females have a rounded bottom and the males have a sharper one. Okay, we're gonna go home as fast as we can so we can put him in the tank. We're on the road right now, there's a lot of traffic, but there he is. He's just in the back cooler. He's buckled in. It was a 30-minute drive home, but luckily he was in a cooler, so he stayed cool. We just got home. Gotta go see how he's doing. My god. Oh shit. At first glance, obviously he wasn't moving, but if you look closely, you can see that he's breathing, which is a good sign, and then he started moving just a little bit.
As that
But even
Shiver
then,
Cam
I
is
didn't
sure
want to waste
is.
any time, so I grabbed him and brought him inside of my room.
Not a good
I'm
angle,
gonna get a
but
little bit of
I don't have a
water
good setup
so
for
we
it,
can
so
slide this
is what it is.
container. Alright, this water is fresh from this tank, so we're gonna acclimate him and also see how he's doing. Oh!
Let me out of this cooler. I will kill you.
Oh my god. While Mr. Krabs is acclimating in his tank, I wanted to show you guys something. If you remember our leopard gecko from the Walmart video, he now has his very own shirt. I also have shirts with more animals I've made videos on as well. Plus these t-shirts are great quality, and purchasing one would help my channel out a
Like
lot.
this?
But if you want to check them out, you can use my link in the
A little
description
snooze and
below. But
noggin?
anyways, back to the video. So as Mr. Krabs acclimates, I got this aerator to feed oxygen in his water. This will indeed help him breathe. But while he's just resting in his
screen,
cooler, I
don't
scoop
see
in the
anything
aquarium
else.
water so he can feel comfortable when he actually goes in his new home. Alright, we're gonna leave him in here for about 10 minutes or so, let him get comfortable to this water, and then we'll put him inside the tank. If you guys remember from last video, I had a bunch of squid that laid a bunch of eggs, but unfortunately, the rock crab would eat these eggs, so I have to make a cage to cover them up. For this idea, I used a bunch of egg crates and I basically made a little box. The squid eggs still need water flow, but the holes in the cage allowed a good amount of flow in. But as you can see, I don't have many hiding places in this tank. I got some rocks, and I'm just gonna plant these around the tank. And if you're wondering where our spot prawn shrimp went, well, I scooped both of them out of the tank and put them inside of a bucket. I did a lot of research on their environment in the open water, found out where they live, and drove there. And yes, I did acclimate the shrimp in this bucket for you acclimation freaks out there, Jesus. And I brought them out in the middle of the ocean where they're usually found. Then I released them back into the ocean together. Now that Mr. Krabs has been in here for about 10 minutes, I wanted to take like a real close-up to see if he was injured at all. But the first thing I saw was this decent sized crack on one of his claws. Mr. Krabs can heal this cracked shell through a process called molting. And I took a look underneath him.
What the heck
and I
is
saw
going
that
on
he
with my
has a
eyebrows?
lost
What do you
leg
mean?
right here. For these types of crabs, it can take up to a year to grow back. Lastly, I took a look at his back legs and I realized that this is his second leg that he's lost. Pretty unfortunate, but he can make do with what he's got. This crab has been through a lot, I'll just tell you guys that. As I poured the last remaining cupfuls on Mr. Krabs, it was about time to put him in about 5 minutes. Alright, it is now time. At this time, the acclimation has now been completed. So I lifted Mr. Krabs out of his cooler and then put him inside of the tank. But right off the bat, he didn't even do anything and he did not look good at all. Although he did give a few little twitches and movements, he wasn't doing the best and is very, very weak. As 5 minutes went by, he did hit a little 180 and then he stopped moving until he started doing this. He was spazzing and tweaking out like a tweaker. So this is day 1 of him being inside of this tank, and honestly, he does look like he's gotten a bit better. You know, a little bit of movement here and there. But I wanted Mr. Krabs to settle in his new home before I feed him. These crabs are also known to survive without eating for weeks at a time. But Mr. Krabs is definitely stressful right now, so I turned off his light. Alright guys, it's about 1 a.m. The crab has been in here for about 7 hours. Mr. Krabs hasn't moved from this one spot and it kind of worried me. Most of the movement I got was with his little mouth to signify that he's breathing. Alright, it's now time for bedtime, so good night, Mr. Krabs. Alright guys, it is now the next day at 2:12 p.m. And as you can see, Mr. Krabs is in the same exact spot. I've been watching him all morning. I mean, he is still moving, so... Alright, I'm gonna nudge him to see if I can get any reaction to see what state he's in. As you can see, he was still decently aware, which is okay, but nowhere where I want him to be yet. So Mr. Krabs right now is definitely very weak, and I know he's pretty hungry, which I'm going to feed him in a second.
Feed him!
Guys, I just caught him adjusting. Look at this. I think he's about to bury himself in the sand. This is a normal behavior that they usually do, and they do this to hide from predators. But you can definitely tell that he gave an effort to bury himself, and then he pretty much gave out and stopped moving. Mr. Krabs' behavior right now is definitely leaving me worried, so I did a little bit of research.
I'm so
Mr. Krabs' shell
locked
is
in on the
pale.
well-being
Compared
of this
to other crabs,
crab.
his shell should be way darker than this. So I looked it up on Google and this is what it said. Apparently, Mr. Krabs is molting or he's just really hungry. Apparently, when crabs are molting, they don't really move much to conserve energy for when they molt. So I assume that molting is something that he could be doing, but he also came from the grocery market and got all banged up in there, so that's also probably why he's like that. So since Mr. Krabs hasn't eaten in a very long time, I got this piece of anchovy and I'm gonna see if Mr. Krabs will have any interest in eating. Going in. Now at this time, I don't think Mr. Krabs realized that there was food in front of him, but as the scent of the anchovy lingered, I think he got a little hint. Ooh! Oh my god!
Yeah!
Jesus! Oh my god!
Get it, get it,
Here,
get it,
Mr.
get it!
Krabs, just take it. I'll put it in your claw. Oh my god. And at last, this was probably his first meal in weeks. He just snatched that, and of course he's eating it behind a rock where I can't see. Mr. Krabs showing all the excitement and actually finally eating, this definitely releases a lot of stress off of my chest. Guys, I just put that piece of fish in, and look how many snails there are. So since Mr. Krabs just absolutely annihilated that piece of anchovy, I got 2 more pieces. Number 2. And right off the bat, you can see how excited Mr. Krabs was to see a piece of fish.
You're doing so great, buddy. You're doing so great.
Right,
okay,
so
dude.
He just ate and he just left a bunch of particles in the water. Luckily for you snails, it'll clean up. After the
Snail
I let it
mentioned.
out for the rest of the day so he can
Mentioned.
get some rest. Alright guys, so the next day, take a look at Mr. Krabs. He seems to be doing very good today and a lot more active green.
Yeah, he
This
looks
was kind of the first time
better.
I've seen Mr. Krabs like roam around and walk, but basically he just went to the end of the tank and back.
I see you. Don't be all slick now, boy. I will pinch your wang when you sleep, retard.
Deserved.
But most of the time I see him, he's just staying put and not really moving. And because of that, I'm still assuming that he's going to molt pretty soon, and at the same time, his shell is still pretty pale. Throughout the next few days, I didn't really do much besides watch him and feed him. I assume being in those crab pens really mess him up, but the goal here is to get him back on his feet. These crabs really love to be in intertidal zones all the way up to 300 feet deep. But until Mr. Krabs can regain his health and maybe molt if that's the case, he's gonna be resting in here healing until he's strong enough to get released back in his habitat. But later in this video, we will have an unfortunate update about Mr. Krabs.
No.
And for the second creature I'll be saving will be a spot prawn shrimp. These two shrimp that I just bought are about to die. I bought these two from the grocery store.
No!
They're sold every day as food, and in some places are considered a delicacy. Now, I could have just eaten these little guys, but I had a different plan in mind. I rescue them and keep them as my pet. But really, it's not as simple as it sounds. Unlike keeping other animals like a crab, lobster, or any other fish, these specific shrimps live in 50-degree water, 1,500 feet deep, where it is literally dark with hundreds of pounds of pressure. And I have to keep them in a 2 feet deep fish tank. Oh, hell. Now, it might seem crazy, but I believe I can keep one as a pet. But along this journey, had very bad experiences. Oh no. So my tank setup literally has to be on point, or else there's a good chance they could
There's
die.
no way,
And
because
since I
we
can
saw
do this,
him
I
already
went out
dump
and got a
those
bunch of supplies. I
two
first
guys
went
in the
out and got this
ocean.
50-gallon tank. These shrimps are a medium size, so this should be perfect. Since these shrimps like very cold water, I went on Amazon to order a water chiller. This certain one can bring the water down to a brisk 50 degrees to mimic their actual environment. And although these shrimps are very sensitive to water parameters, it was important to get a big canister filter like this one. Now, deep in the ocean, there's always current and water movement, so to replicate that, I got 2 wave makers, which will create a lot of current in our tank. Now that we have everything ready, I went to the canal to get some substrate. Alright guys, I'm gonna collect some mud. This mud contains lots of nutrients and beneficial bacteria to help cycle the tank. I collected about 2 buckets of mud. We gotta bring it home now. I then spread it around thoroughly to get a nice even layer. Now, I also got the sand from the beach to layer on top of the mud. Doing this protects the mud from the water so it doesn't get all murky inside of my tank. At this point,
he's
everything is set
trying.
up perfectly, so it was time to add a little bit of water that I got from my canal. I then filled the tank up all the way. I added a bunch of snails and clams inside of the tank. These guys will basically just help with waste removal. Alright guys, the tank is finally complete, and it was now time to head to the grocery store. At the back of the store was a professional live fish area. I saw a bunch of lobsters, crabs, and even some halibut. But more importantly, our spot prawn shrimp, which they all seem to be doing very good. There wasn't any dead ones and they all looked healthy. Oh.
Hi, can I get some shrimp? Can you keep it live? Like put water in the bag? No.
Well, this is not good. He said we couldn't keep them live, and if they didn't have any water, they would definitely die by the time I got home. So I tried to force him to put water in the bag for me.
I don't have Okay, that's good. I don't need a bag. Oh. I don't think give you water. Okay, could you wait and then like put a little bit of water after?
At this point, he was done with my bullshit and he just said yes.
Okay, okay. Thank you so much.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's good.
After he collected both of our shrimp, he weighed it and put it in a
Hello,
small container
yokai
with
monster.
water.
We just got our shrimp. Oh my god.
How are you doing?
Oh my god, guys. We gotta put this in the bucket. Oh my god, guys.
As you can see, one of them was laying on their side. Not too good.
Oh, no.
Now I was honestly starting to panic.
Guys, I don't know if this one's... Hopefully he's just in shock. Oh! Alright guys, we gotta go now. We're 30 minutes away right now. When I put the shrimp in, the water felt a little bit warmer.
Which is not
My
very
bad?
good
What do you
because
mean
they're
you
very
bad?
sensitive to
What do you
water
mean?
temperature.
Guys, there's so much traffic! But we at that hard now, man! Guys, we made it. We made it. We gotta go. Wait, let's take a peek. Let's take a peek. Oh no.
Yeah, at this point, I thought they were both dead, so I hurried into my room.
Oh my god, guys. Fuck. I don't know how they're doing. He's moving. He's moving. Oh! Oh my god!
After I saw him twitch, I got a lot more hope.
You don't
for
want to
these
pay.
two
You don't want to
guys,
get attached to
because
them.
I thought they
That's fair. That's fair.
So far in 2025, I've kept over 10 extremely unique pets from every corner of the world. So I've turned all those separate videos into a massive movie compilation.
Okay, this seems better.
Axolotls, piranhas,
No dead
black
animals?
widows, and even two-headed snakes. So grab some pizza and snacks, cause you are in for a crazy journey.
Oh, I could
Today,
fuck
I
up
found
some
a
pizza.
listing of someone selling a pet axolotl's home. When I clicked on it, I saw an absolute disgrace of an enclosure. I mean, the water was brown, there was random trash, and somehow there was a live axolotl inside. Apparently, the seller's uncle gave it to him and he needed someone to take care of it for him. But $5? Dang, that's extremely cheap. Let me go save this axolotl. So I drove out to the seller and bought the tank with the axolotl for $5.
Okay, I just got this in my car,
Ye-
and we gotta
yes, I'll
take
leave.
this home
Huh?
to see if the axolotl inside is gonna be
huh?
able to survive.
And I really
What-
hope it's okay.
why?
Because if it is, I'm gonna completely revamp this home into a dream home paradise so we can give this axolotl his best life. Quickly, I went home and set up a filter in the water so I would be able to see inside. But after letting it run for 30 minutes, the water literally did not clear up at all.
Okay, I have no time to waste, so I'm just gonna try and dig around and scoop it out with this net, even though I can't see anything.
So I started to take each decoration out one by one, and it didn't take long until I saw this little thing at the bottom of the net. I had found the axolotl, and thankfully it was still in good health. So I quickly moved it out into a temporary tank and was super surprised by what I saw.
Guys, this is not a normal axolotl. This is actually a super rare axolotl. It has the golden trait, and it also looks like it's albino and a baby. To put in perspective how rare this is, this whole tank was like $5, as you know. I could probably sell this right now as it is for over $100.
And little did I know, this axolotl was even rarer than I thought. It actually had a special gene that made it be able to glow in the dark and more. Yeah, this video is insane. Anyways, to start the enclosure transformation process, step number 1 was to empty out that disgusting sewage water.
Okay, I don't even know where to begin with how bad this tank is. Pretty much every decoration's a fake plastic one. The substrate is absolutely nasty, and just the whole thing has no structure to it. It's just plain ugly.
So I took out all the trash decorations and threw them in the garbage where they belong. Then I emptied out all the sand, since I'm pretty sure that's what was causing the water to be so brown.
And finally, what the heck is this, bro? Why did the seller's uncle just tape a picture of bamboo on the wall? It doesn't fit, and it doesn't even make sense. Like, axolotls don't live with bamboo. Yeah, that is so dumb. Let's rip this trash off of there.
Anyways, now that we're back to the bare bones of this tank, the first step is to build the lake bed base. To build that, we start by just putting a ton of sand in here and piling it up in a mound in the middle of the tank because I have a cool idea for this. You see, axolotls live at the bottom of lakes in the wild, so to build that in here, I stuck some wooden branches in the sand and surrounded them in a ton of river rocks. Which, if you're wondering the names of them, this type is called a Tahaiji stone, and this one is called a
just noticed?
Seiryu stone. Yeah, I don't know who names these, but I would just call them smooth stone and rough stone. Those are better names. Anyways, I also want to cover these mounds in tons of aquatic plants, which if you've seen my channel before, you know these are extremely expensive.
I mean, look at all of these. This totals to $125.
That's how you know you love your little buddy.
Well, I forced myself to forget the price while I planted them around, and I made it look absolutely beautiful. I put
Hell
the taller
yeah.
plants near the back of the mound and the smaller plants up near the front, since it adds some nice depth in here, or something like that. Alright, it's starting to look pretty good, but to complete the sides, this is where we're going to put the custom DIY builds. And you see, in the wild, axolotls like to hide in little rock caves because that's where they feel safe from predators. So I'm going to build a custom little cave on the right side and to start that, I found this basket in my house.
Oh, this is gonna work perfectly. Let's just get that
He
out
said
of there.
fork
With
those
this, I
coffee
started by getting
pods.
out a heavy-duty saw and cutting a hole in it that would serve as the entrance to the cave, and then I quickly sanded down the rough edges and used my hot glue gun to start gluing these little thin gray rocks all around it to obviously give it that cave look. And after I was done gluing all those on, it actually looked pretty solid. But as you can see, some of the hot glue I used to connect it was still exposed, so I quickly covered that in some pebbles. Once I was done, I put the enclosure in, and it didn't really fit. So I took it out and rearranged some of the rocks and put it back in, and boom, perfect fit.
There we go. I think that cave looks pretty good in the grand scheme of things, and yeah, it is a pretty small entrance to get inside, but obviously the rare axolotl is still a baby, so it should be able to fit in there just fine.
Anyways, I finished it off by putting some plants right out in front and a couple big rocks on top to make it look more cavey. There we go. Everything's starting to come together well, but now it's time to design the left side.
And if you guys remember, that first version of the tank had this big, ugly, like bamboo wallpaper along the back. But anyways, this did actually get me kind of inspired, and for the left side, I want to make it just like bamboo themed, you know? We got to keep a little bit of the original, because I guess it wouldn't really be transforming if we didn't. So let's get that done.
For the first decoration, I of course got out some brown sticks of bamboo, so it'd be bamboo-y, you know?
Nice.
And on each stick of bamboo, I started to drill little holes. You see, axolotls like to have resting spots near the top of their enclosures. That way they can easily swim up and gulp air from the surface. So to build something like that, I got out some string and started to thread all the bamboo together. Kind of felt like a grandma doing this, you know, sewing away with a needle. Yeah, it was pretty fun though. Anyways, I hot glued the ends of the string so they wouldn't move, and boom, check this out. A bamboo hammock that the axolotl can rest on. In order to get it attached to the top of the enclosure, I once again used some hot glue to put on some little suction cups, and in no time it was complete.
Alright, there we go. Check the hammock out. I'm sure the axolotl's gonna like to lay on this. And yeah, to complete this left side, we're gonna add a little more bamboo decoration. And so in the sand, I want to put some live, actual bamboo.
I love manta
for some
rays.
reason, I don't really know why,
They're
but
cute.
I'm gonna plant this in the sand.
So I put each of the bamboos there under the hammock and covered it in a mound of sand.
But I'm not done yet. I've been saving the coolest addition for last. And this next thing is gonna take this from a normal aquarium to, well, if I'm being honest, it's probably still gonna be kind of normal, but it's gonna be cooler looking.
Now to build this thing, I first got out some giant plastic boards and glued them together to make one giant board. Then I covered it all with some black felt.
Now you're probably wondering why I built this giant black platform, but basically the reason is because I can go and put it right behind the tank just like this. And then now what I'm gonna do is use these things called plant pockets, glue them to the back of that, and basically what this allows me to do is, you know, put plants in them, and we're gonna have some overhanging plants in here.
But first I needed to go get the plants, so like always I drove to Walmart.
Okay, I'm at Walmart now, and look at this. Bro, this is usually where all the plants are, and for some reason they replaced them all with plastic Christmas trees. Who cares about these? I want my plants back. All they got is these stupid roses.
Yeah, it turns out the plants are gone from Walmart for the season, so instead I had to go to a normal, boring plant shop and get the plants there.
Okay, I was kind of sad that I had to abandon Walmart, but this
Her
was only like $50
snoot.
for all these plants.
Yeah.
Dang, that's actually a good deal. It's definitely cheaper than those aquatic plants. We don't talk about those, though.
When I got home, I got out the plants and put them all inside their little pockets.
And dang, check this whole thing out. It actually looks alright. Just don't go around and look at the back. Yeah, it's kind of curving, but honestly, it kind of gives a cool effect.
basic,
You know,
yeah.
makes the plant leaves drip over the top.
Anyways, now to complete the build, I just gotta do some finishing touches, and what that means is I first filled it up with some cycled water and attached a filter on it.
Okay, I've never used one of these filters before, but apparently it's pretty cool. I just gotta go and plug it in down here. And dang, check this out. Look, it's like a waterfall. It makes a bunch of these little water streams. But I guess when I want it to be quiet, I can just go like that, and there we go. Can't really hear it anymore.
Now I saved the best thing for last, this little gift present.
Okay, this is actually cool what's inside. Basically, it's in this little glass crystal ball with a hologram of an axolotl inside. There we go. So what you do is you put it on this little platform, and basically it just kind of glows there and changes colors.
Anyways, this is now completely transformed, and it's time to not only add in the golden axolotl to his new home, but show off exactly what axolotls do during their days and show off how it can literally glow in the dark. So I scooped it up out of its temporary enclosure, and bada bing, bada boom, welcome to your new home. Right away, he started to explore around his new tank and
Aww.
eventually made his way into the cave I built for him.
They're so cute.
Axolotl axolotls in the cave right now, so this is the perfect time to test out some foods with him to see which he likes the most. And first up, I want to test just some normal fish food. Yeah, I don't know if he's actually going to eat it. It's fish food, it's not axolotl food, but let's try it out.
So I dropped them in and let them sit for a little while, but yeah, he didn't really eat them, and he didn't even come out to take a look at them. A little later, the axolotl left the cave, so I got out the second food, bloodworms.
But these are frozen bloodworms, so to make them, not frozen anymore, just kind of plop the packet in a little cup of water like that. Then we can go and just take this big chunk and put it in right next to the axolotl.
And it didn't take long until he noticed it and instantly took a snap at it, eating the whole pile up.
What's that face, bro?
Oh, dang, he's hungry.
Anyways, I got the third and final food source out, night crawlers.
Some mouth parts.
Which are just worms, basically, but they're giant worms compared to those tiny little blood worms. Okay, here we go. We got a nice little tiny piece of worm, and we're just gonna drop it in right next to the axolotl.
And after wiggling it around in front of him, he picked up the scent, and as you can expect, yep, he started
Nom
going
nom nom
crazy,
nom nom nom.
eating this worm up too.
He's absolutely just devouring this, just shaking it up. He's not letting this thing get away. That's a good axolotl. Oh my gosh, this guy's so cool. We actually got this guy for $5. I can't believe that.
Anyways, later that day, I was watching some videos about axolotls and figured out that sometimes they can be bred to literally glow in the dark under UV light. Which, I mean, look at that. That is just so cool.
Okay, so I got all the lights turned off in my room, and it's nighttime. So I got this little light, and when you click the button, it turns on the UV rays, and oh, that's blinding. But anyways, I just want to shine this in here and see if my axolotl actually has that glow-in-the-dark ability. I actually have no idea if this is gonna work. Wait. Oh, okay, wait. I actually did not expect that to work. Oh, look at the axolotl. He's just glowing in the dark. I don't really know what I expected, but it's actually pretty cool. So for whatever reason, if I can't find the axolotl, I just turn off the lights, click this button, and boom, you're found, buddy. You're never gonna be able to hide from me ever again.
But guys, there is still way more, and as the video goes on, the pets get more and more unique. And next up, we got something so weird you probably wouldn't consider it a pet. We've all seen piranhas in movies depicted as these crazy, evil fish that will eat anything they lay their eyes on. But despite how deadly they're made out to be, for some reason, you can legally buy them to keep as a pet.
So I'm gonna buy 6 piranhas, build them a home, and test to see if they're actually as vicious as the movies made them out to be. Meaning, yes, I will be putting my hand inside of their tank. What could go wrong? Let's just buy this thing.
And so literally the next day, the delivery van dropped off the package that supposedly had the cold-blooded killing piranhas.
That was fast. I'm hoping all these guys survived the shipping, since as you can see, it's pretty cold out. But anyways, let's get these inside.
So I got out this 20-gallon tank I had laying around and filled it up with some cycled water. Then I cut open the tape on the box that had the piranhas inside.
Oh shoot, bro. There is literally piranhas right under my hand. Let me take this bag out. And oh, I cannot believe I'm gonna be keeping these as pets. What the heck?
Thankfully, every single piranha had survived the shipping, so I put all 6 of them into the tank. But when I put them in, I realized they were barely moving and definitely not acting like normal vicious piranhas.
And look, I can literally drop a cricket into the water, and usually they would go crazy immediately eating that up, but check it out. No reaction at all.
You see, the reason they're not moving is because they need a way bigger tank with all the right stuff inside. So I got out a new tank and filled it with 100 pounds of sand. We gotta do this because, of course, the first step is creating the floor and decorations. To continue this process, I started to use these sort of thin sticks and use a hot glue gun to hang them from the top of the enclosure. You see, these piranhas that I bought are red-bellied piranhas, which are supposedly the most vicious species, and they live in the Amazon River where there's all these roots and stuff hanging in the water. So that's what I'm trying to recreate in here with this.
Wouldn't the water have to be like similar?
Use even more wood. You see, this time I want to stack up some thicker wood to make it look like a massive tree trunk is growing from out of the water. So I actually took the wood out and used some water-safe spray foam to connect all the pieces together with some branches coming off of them.
And then once all the spray foam and stuff on it has dried, we just plop it in there.
Will the piranhas eat the spray foam though, bro?
See the roots and stuff. It's pretty cool. It looks like a tree, but there's still a bit more decorations we have to put inside of here.
First of all, you guessed it, just some more wood randomly scattered around, but then some rocks because pretty much every Amazon riverbed has them. And finally, some pebbles like this, which I dropped around the enclosure, and some even tinier little pebbles, which I also dropped around the enclosure, which makes the sand across the whole thing look a little more realistic.
Well, I'd say this is a pretty good start to the base of the tank, but now it's time for the fun part. Let's go get some aquatic plants for this. Okay, I'm at Petco, and I'm not gonna lie, the aquatic plant section is looking a little lousy today. Pretty much all these plants are like dead. Bro, no way I'm paying $10 for a dead stick with a little leaf. But let's buy all the ones here that are alive like this.
So I picked out all the good plants and even found this little cool vine one, which of course I had to get to. So I drove home and got all the plants out.
Oh man, this is already the most plants I've gotten for a video, and that's not even including this big bag of leftover plants Petco had.
Anyways, I went and put each of the plants in the sand across the tank and filled it up with a bit of water. That way the roots of the plants could stay nice and moist while we continued building.
Oh, and I almost forgot the most important part, this vine thing. Let's just put this across the branches like that, and oh yeah, check it out. It looks
That like
vine.
the like mother
as you can
heart.
see, I've left this little area here empty. That's because I want to build a graveyard here with a ton of skulls and stuff because apparently piranhas are deadly. So I drove out to buy some.
Okay, I'm at PetSmart first, and I found this skull decoration, so I'm gonna get that. Ooh, and they got a tiny little animal skull. I'm definitely gonna get that too.
So I bought those and a couple more decorations with skeletons on them. Then after getting home, I put some of the larger skulls around in the sand. I even replaced some of the rocks in the back with them so this place would look extra spooky.
Then with these tiny little skull beads, I'm gonna go and plant them around in the sand, just like that. Then I'm gonna sprinkle a little bit of sand on top. So
Brain rat scream.
And there we go. Check the graveyard out. It actually looks pretty good. Bunch of skulls on the floor, all those other big skulls. Yeah, I like it.
And now finally, to finish this tank, we gotta do the DIY technologies. And for the first one, I have one of my coolest ideas ever. But I had to go buy more stuff at the store.
Alright, it's been a while since I went to Walmart in a video. You guys were kind of getting mad at me in the comments, so I'm sorry. I'm returning to my basics, don't worry. And the reason I'm at Walmart is because I gotta get a bunch of food that the piranhas are gonna like.
So I got some beef, sardines, tuna, and bone broth. And also got this tiny little blender. After driving home, I threw all that food I just bought into the blender and blended it up. After it was done, as you can see, it turned into this nasty liquid stuff. But anyways, I sucked the liquid up into the syringe thing and brought it over to the tank.
Okay, this might seem kind of complex, but it's actually genius. You see, I can basically squirt some of this around in the water, and it just spreads the scent around. And what I'm gonna do is attach it to the side of the enclosure, and whenever I want to get the piranhas mad and in hunting mode, I just squirt a little bit of this out the end, and it'll make them go absolutely crazy.
So I attached that to the side of the tank with some
Subway
glue, and
Surfers.
then it was done. And now the next technology is these two water pumps and some bubble walls that I started to set up across the whole back of the tank. You see, right now, this stuff does nothing. But once I fill up the entire tank with some cycled water, which took a long time because of how big it was, check out what it can do.
Alright, now if I go and plug in these pumps, as you can see, it starts to make bubbles at the back of the enclosure. Yeah, it's pretty cool. But basically, this little air pump just blows air into this tube, which goes into there. But what I could actually do is unattach that and just blow into this myself to make bubbles. That's cool. Anyways, the last technology is this little fish. I'm just kidding. I've actually already shown this in a video before. So what I've got is the upgraded version. Yeah, this one's way bigger and way cooler. Which, as you can see, if I just go and put it in the water like this, it starts to swim around like a normal fish.
And yeah, I just think it'd be funny if I maybe tested the piranhas to see if they try to eat it or something. Anyways, this tank is now complete. And speaking of the piranhas, it's time to get them inside.
Oh, yo, I just walked up on the piranhas and they haven't seen me yet. Look at what they're doing. They're like hunting around for food right now. What? Okay, I'm gonna try my best to not get bit here. Oh, no.
So I grabbed the temporary tank they were in and brought it over to their new home so I could scoop them out.
Okay, they definitely look more aggressive than the first time I did this, but I'm just gonna carefully scoop one guy out just like that. Oh shoot, he's mad, but I'm just gonna put him into the new tank, and there you go. Be free, my friend. New home.
So I did that same process with the other 5, and there we go. The piranhas were in their new home. And as you could guess, immediately they packed up like piranhas do, and looked as though they were already on the hunt for food once again.
Well, these piranhas look pretty hungry, I'm not gonna lie, or maybe piranhas are just always hungry. So now I'm gonna feed them the first of 5 different food sources to see which they like the most, the first of which being mealworms.
And before feeding them the mealworms, if you remember, I had this pipe with the delicious juice inside, which I went and squirted inside to let the piranhas know it was feeding time. And as you could guess, they immediately started to go up and eat it, which kind of made a mess, but yeah, they were loving it.
Oh my gosh, do you see that? They're all gathered gathering around the little area where I just put it in.
So now that they were ready, I dropped in the mealworms and one started to sink down. Two of the piranhas noticed it and kind of took nibbles at it, but they were kind of just playing around with it more than they were actually eating it. And that same thing kept happening with most of the mealworms, but that was until I saw this, where 3 of them took turns devouring it up, and yeah, this one actually got eaten.
Okay, well, mealworms, I'm gonna give about like a 2 out of 10 on how much the piranhas like them.
But as you can see, second on the list, we're gonna be feeding them crickets.
Now, if you remember at the start, the piranhas wanted nothing to do with the crickets, but let's see how they'll react now that they're in this new tank.
So I dropped in just one, and because it was just floating there, I grabbed it with tweezers to show the piranhas. Instantly, you could see they picked up the memo that this was alive, and they sort of started to nibble it like the mealworms. But not even a single piranha actually took a big enough bite to eat this cricket.
Okay, that was pretty bad. The crickets, I'm gonna give it a 1 out of 10 because the mealworms, they at least did eat some of them. I guess these piranhas just don't really like insects, so that's why I'm gonna rapid fire the next 2 off. Here you can see I've got salmon and ground beef, which is a lot more smelly. They better like this.
I started by waving the salmon around in the water until the piranhas noticed it, and once a few started to come up and nibble it, I accidentally dropped it into the sand where all the rest of the piranhas came swimming up. They huddled around it like a pack of hyenas and started to actually take little chunks out of the piece for them to eat. So I did the same thing with the ground beef and held it in the water. And this time the piranhas were even more interested, and instantly the entire pack huddled around it and took turns taking their bites out of it. I even noticed that the scraps of it had fallen onto the floor and were getting surrounded by the piranhas too.
Bro and fish eat the food you gave them.
9.5 out of 10. Yeah, they loved that so much, but that doesn't mean I gotta do my hand now. I said I would do it in the intro, so, you know, let's just do it. 3, 2, 1. Let's go. Start the timer. Let's see how long I can keep it in here.
Right away, nothing really happened because none of the piranhas were near my hand. But I knew this was kind of cheating, so I moved my hand closer, where right away, one sort of noticed me and actually started to chase my hand as I moved it away to avoid getting bit. So of course, I moved my hand back over to the pack, where some of them definitely got sort of close to biting me, but they were nowhere near as aggressive as they were towards the beef. You see, it's actually a common misconception that piranhas are evil towards humans like all the movies say.
But to be honest, if you're a viewer watching this, I would not personally test it. I'm just crazy. So
Bro and the fish you gave food them.
So yeah, piranhas aren't as vicious as you may think, but next up is one of my favorite pets, an entire ant colony. You gotta see this one. Today, I just got this. It's a queen ant, who in this video will be giving birth to an entire colony, and they're gonna be put to the test against my simulations of real world events. But currently, she's alone, and she needs to care for her eggs until they hatch into worker ants. And thankfully, it didn't take very long until just that happened. The first worker was born. You see, these are trapjaw ants, a species of ant that has these massive mandibles to cut their prey in half. But they're also absolutely massive compared to normal ants, and the workers are almost the same size as the queens. And in the world of ants, the workers have only one purpose: to serve the queen. Workers do almost everything for the queens, including cleaning her and even caring for the other eggs.
But I want to make my colony grow extra fast, and you do that by feeding them food. And since it's so small with just 2 ants, let's just start with a single drop of honey. Hopefully they like it.
So I slid the drop of honey into the tube for the ants to eat, and almost instantly the worker went up to investigate this unknown object. She smelled around it for a second, but then went back to the queen to report the findings. The worker is able to communicate with the queen by rubbing its antenna against hers. When they do this, it releases some pheromones signaling that it found some honey. And after the queen gave the go-ahead, the worker traveled back to the honey. But instead of eating it, the worker actually knocked the little plate over, and then the honey soaked into the sand over the next 10 minutes. Yeah, she didn't even try to eat it actually. You see, it turns out the ant did this for a reason. When a colony is this small, the queen will feed the workers by regurgitating its body tissues into their mouth. This means the colony already had enough food for now. I was gonna have to wait till more ants hatched until they wanted extra food. So that's exactly what I did. There were now 4 workers a part of the colony, and their roles were becoming a lot more apparent. 2 of them would always stay by the queen to make sure she was safe, while the other 2 would watch after the eggs and guard the entrance. Now this is a colony that should accept my food offerings. And this time, I'm not just gonna feed them a puny drop of honey, it's time for some live prey, baby. Everyone say hello to flightless fruit flies. Quite literally the most depressing animal in the world. Not only are they absolutely minuscule, but it's a fly that can't fly. Like, bro, you had one job and you can't do it.
Alright, it's a pretty simple process. So first of all, I got this tube with the flightless fruit fly inside of it. Basically, I'm just gonna go and put this up to the ants tube and carefully remove move the cotton ball, and there we go. The fly should now run in there. Hopefully this goes better than the honey.
And yeah, basically the fly instantly ran into the ant's tube, so I blocked it up behind him. Now, because this fly is so small, for the first few seconds, it actually went unnoticed, hiding amongst the top of the enclosure, but it didn't take long until the first worker noticed. The ant opened up its jaws and snapped at the fly, but it missed. Quickly, the other workers started to notice, and soon enough, every ant had their eyes on the fly. And thankfully, about a minute later, one of the workers lined up a shot, and boom. Just like that, the fly is definitely not alive anymore. And the fly slowly got taken to the back of the tube to be stored as food for later. Since the colony now had a bit of food, I let them grow even more. And oh boy, was the tube starting to get crowded now, with 3 more workers and 1 more about to hatch.
And while this is great for my colony, as you can tell, the tube is getting extremely cramped. Some of the ants can't even walk around. So I'm gonna have to move these guys into a new home.
Those are big ants, I just realized.
Channel, we're not just gonna go online and buy an ant nest. Oh, no, no, no. What I did instead is take out a brick, which I'm gonna turn into an ant nest. Yeah, I'm not kidding. Basically, I just started using a hammer and chisel to carve out this little nest design I drew on the brick.
I don't know what he
ant
does with
colonies
animals
usually
after
like to
the
have
video.
multiple of these little tight crevice areas
I
in their
assume he
nest
keeps
because
them.
it lets them store different things like eggs, food, and trash in each one. After I finished carving, I gave the whole thing a nice blue paint job, and finally, I covered it with a clear acrylic sheet.
And the best part is this little hole I made right here, which I can go and squeeze water down into this sponge. And this will just make the humidity across the whole enclosure correct, because apparently ants like wetness.
Well, anyways, here is the beautiful Terra Green ant nest, which is now ready for the trapjaw ants. Using some tubing, I put one end of it onto the nest and the other end onto the tube. And almost instantly, one of the workers took an interest and decided to walk down the tube. It had no idea where it led, but it took the brave decision to explore. But as we know, it led straight to the new nest. The worker looked super excited and explored all around the new place. It was the perfect place for the colony to move to, so she traveled out of the nest and went straight up to the queen to report its findings.
Alright, now that the ants know about the new nest, in order for them to move in, I have to make this one super appealing so then they all want to come over. And I've got a couple things I'm going to do, but first of all, I've got a tube of water, which I'm just going to go and plug into the side of the nest like that. And then I'm going to replace this clear acrylic sheet for now with this little red acrylic sheet.
You see, ants like their nest to be very dark inside, so I'm using this red acrylic because it blocks out pretty much all the light, but still lets me see inside a bit. Finally, I just pointed my bright studio light at the tube so they'd be more inclined to move. And it didn't take very long until a few different workers all went in to explore the new nest. Eventually, every ant knew about the new home, and while some grabbed the remaining eggs to move, others, like this worker, escorted the queen through the tube to the new nest. I decided to keep the red acrylic screen on while they're adjusting, and as you can see, they were definitely very active inside, so I left them alone another whole 10 days. And when I came back, not only did another worker or 2 hatch, the whole colony was now functioning even more smoothly, and it seemed like every ant was always busy doing something. They even found this tight little crevice to keep the queen and all the eggs inside of.
And this is where it gets fun, because now that the ants have their own little nest, I can build them a bunch of different outworlds of different environments that they can go and hunt for food inside of. And as you can see, I've got the first little outworld right here. Let me build it.
For this first outworld, I want to keep it simple by just laying down some orange sand across the whole enclosure. Then I put in some rocks and a little cactus, which was kind of hard to get planted in the sand, and even though I was wearing these gloves, it kept poking me, and yeah, it kind of hurts. Anyways, finally, the most important part is this stuff called Fluon. Basically, it's a liquid that you dab onto a cotton ball and rub across the top of the enclosure. This stuff will basically just dry on the glass and make the top of the enclosure so slippery that ants cannot escape no matter what. After the desert enclosure was done, I connected a tube from it into the nest so the ants could go there. And soon enough, I saw a worker come out into the tube, and of course, she made her way over to the desert outworld and started to explore all around it. Now, the reason for why I built this outworld. I want to test the trapjaw mandibles to see if they can take down prey bigger than them. I'm gonna put a cricket in here. So without wasting any time, I dropped the cricket in, and it didn't take very long until the cricket came across paths with an ant. You see, trapjaw ants have these little hairs inside of their jaws to detect when prey is within striking distance. It lunged at the cricket and snapped its jaws, but it missed. The ant tried to attack the cricket a few more times, but all of the shots were missing. In fact, it was taking so long that the cricket made its way way into the tube and crawled all the way into the nest with all the other ants. Now, it wasn't just about food. The colony needed to take down this cricket in order to make sure the queen didn't get hurt. While the cricket frantically ran around, almost all of the workers were taking their shots to try and cut off the cricket's leg or something. It was taking a long time, but eventually this worker here really put in some focus to line up her shots. And when she snapped, she perfectly got a hold of the cricket. She then picked it up and slammed it against the floor until it stopped moving. Yes, it's extremely brutal, but the colony had now successfully eliminated the threat and stored it away as food for later. Anyways, over the next few days, I continued to monitor the colony to ensure their eggs were all growing fine, and even fed them a bit more flightless fruit flies until finally it was day 97. The colony now had 12 workers, and of course the queen. But I did actually notice over in the corner of the nest, one of the ants had curled up and had died. It's likely that this dead ant here was one of the founding workers, because sometimes those first ants only have the lifespan of a month or two. Anyways, despite the dead ant, the colony was actually still thriving.
And because of that, I think this colony is now ready for an entire new outworld to be built. Because as you can see, they kind of just turned the desert into like a trash dumping ground.
So I got out the enclosure and started to build it. For this enclosure, I'm literally making the floor out of just this fake grass material that is nice and bright and green. And for the decorations, I'm keeping it very simple with just these two little pieces of bark. And finally, I just hooked up some tubing so the ants could access the new place. I didn't want to rush it, so I gave the colony a few days to explore it on their own.
My
all of
pants,
the ants were
bro.
fine on day 98 and day 99. But I came back on day 100 to just a single ant in the nest. I was really confused, but surely they were all just exploring the outworld
did you hate
or
it
something.
then?
So I checked the desert and nothing was there. Then I checked the grassy outworld. Still not a single ant. But then I found it. The tiniest gap under the red acrylic. Barely visible, but it was just big enough for every ant to be able to escape through it overnight, except the one. And this wasn't just any ant inside of here, it was the queen. Queens don't just leave the nest unless other ants escort them, so she was here all alone on day 100, just like she was on day 1.
This is seriously so crazy. I mean, I had such cool plans for day 100.
Everybody's shitting their
single
pants.
Worker ant literally anywhere. I checked all around the table.
I figured there was only one right thing to do, so I got a cotton ball, I scooped the queen up onto it, and put her into a new test tube. She had raised the start of a colony all by herself once, so she should be able to do it again.
Wait, so the colony died?
Yeah, well, it sucks that the ants escaped, but anyway, speaking
Oh,
of
they
ants,
escaped.
the next pet is actually called a velvet ant, but most people call it a cow killer, and you'll quickly figure out why it's called that. There's this insanely viral YouTube video where a guy named Coyote Peterson lets himself get stung by a cow killer, and based off of his reaction, you can tell this insect has one of the most painful stings in the entire world. Now, normally you want to stay away from these things, but I just found a website that will sell you one as a pet.
They say this thing's called a cow killer because its sting is powerful enough to kill a literal cow. Huh, what could go wrong? Let's just buy this at the cart.
So in this video, I'm gonna build it at home, show off everything
She
about
looks
keeping a pet cow
absolutely,
killer,
like,
which
spooked.
means
It's
yes, I am
creeping
going to
me
let it
out.
crawl on my arm. If it stings me, I am going to be in so much
matter?
pain. But until it got delivered to my house, I got out the enclosure and a bunch of desert rocks to build its home. To start, I stacked each of the rocks in this pattern that would create a canyon look in here.
Now, the reason I bought these types of rocks is because they look like the rocks in real canyons. But yeah, because they look so realistic, these rocks were very expensive. Yes, that's actually how much they costed. We don't talk about that.
You see, cow killers live in deserts in the wild, which sort of makes sense because all the most deadly and painful animals live in the desert. Anyways, to finish the canyon look in this enclosure, I got some of this excavator sand stuff.
You see, if I add this bowl of water to this tub of the sand and, pour it in there like that, then just go and mix it up with my hand. And after a minute, it turns it into this clay substrate, which I can kind of make into a nice ball of, poop. Yes, it's kind of nasty. But basically, using this clay, I'm going to go and stick it in between each of these rocks to kind of glue them together, and we're going to have a nice completed canyon look in here.
Anyways, after putting that all over the rocks and letting it dry, it ended up looking pretty good. But the next step to finishing this desert is, of course, to put some sand in here. Because, deserts, they have to have sand.
But before putting the sand in, first I've got these big bags of black rocks. And apparently if I scatter this around the floor before putting the sand in, it should help absorb any extra moisture, and that'll prevent any mold from growing in this desert.
Next up, I got out another container and filled it with some sand and some of this soil to make the desert substrate.
Basically, the reason why I'm using this as the substrate is because when I put the plants and cactuses inside, this soil is going to provide a lot of nutrients, so they're able to grow nice and tall, and we get a fully fully fledged desert in here.
So I went and poured that on top of all of the carbon and pushed it up against the rocks to make the desert floor. But as you can see, this doesn't really look like a desert because of how much dirt I added to that substrate. So I quickly poured a thin layer of just normal sand on top so it would look like a desert once
It's over, Chippy.
Alright,
Enjoy
so
yours.
it's starting to look like a good cow killer enclosure, but to make it even better, it's time to add in some plants and decorations.
First, for the decorations, and that basically just means wood and rocks, because that's pretty much all deserts have, to be honest. They're pretty boring. First of all, I put some of the spider wood around the tank randomly, and even used some of it to make little bridges across the canyons that the cow killer would be able to walk on. Then I got some of these longer sticks and put them on the side of the canyon to make it look like there were roots growing from it or something. Yeah, pretty cool.
But I did end up getting two cool decorations, which are right here. The first of which is these little logs, which are called choya wood. And the reason these are a cool decoration is because choya, it's a cool word to say, I'm not gonna lie. Oh, and also they're good because they have all these little holes so the cow killer can run inside and then just hide and make a home in there. So yeah, that's good. And for the second cool decoration, I got a live scorpion. I'm just kidding. It's actually not a live scorpion. Oh, it's a plastic toy scorpion, but you know, it's a desert, so I think it'll fit pretty well. I'm just gonna put it right in this empty spot there. Take a look at that. Looks pretty deserty.
Now for the plants, and as you know, not many things can live in the deserts since it's so dry, so our only options are succulents and cacti, which of course are able to absorb tons of water.
But I don't have any of those types of plants, so I gotta go to the store. Let's go. Okay, so as you guys can see, I'm at Home Depot. And the reason I'm here to get plants is because I saw a comment from one of you guys saying you got 820
Fuck him,
plants
his
for
family, and his
$30.
ancestors.
And that seems like a pretty good deal. I mean, it's probably a typo or something, but let's just go see if Home Depot has any good deals on plants.
So I made my way over to the garden section expecting there to be a ton of plants. But when I got there was literally nothing.
Bro, there is not a single plant in sight. What is this?
But apparently because it was winter, they just moved most of the plants inside because I ended up finding this little collection of plants.
Dang, look at all these succulents. This is actually exactly what I need. Okay, let me just pick out a few of these. And of course, let's get some cactuses like down here, or cacti. I don't know how to say it plural.
So I picked out a nice selection, and while I didn't get as good of a deal as that comment said, it still only costed like $20 for all these plants, which is pretty good. Anyways, to plant these desert plants, I shook off all the excess dirt and planted just the roots in the sand. And in no time, it was done. But the final step to finishing the cow killer's home is insects. And I've got two different species of insects I want to put in here. First of all, you already know, I've got springtails, the extremely tiny white creepy bug things. And yeah, there's just like 1,000 of them in here. All these tiny little white things moving. Those are all springtails.
But these are extra important in a desert enclosure like this, because every now and then I'm gonna have to go and spray each of the plants down and water them, and the springtails will make sure to eat up any extra mold that grows because of all the moisture. So yeah, they're pretty useful. Let's just dump these guys in here. Yeah, pretty good.
And second of all, I've got these things, which are mealworms.
Mealworms,
But the real reason why I'm gonna put these guys in the enclosure is
a drainage guy. Oh my god.
Gonna go in.
We'll finish off the stream with him. The fucking what? Just you wait.
Hey everyone, we're now starting to get into the end of June 2025. Look at this brand new road.
Oh, I don't like that jiggling noise.
Second vehicle to have driven down here. They're probably still working down here, or maybe these are the tracks of the worker who just got off. That's what I'm thinking. It's a little bit late. Maybe. We'll see. It looks like all the machines are parked. But if you remember the last time we were at this location, I was showing how bad the road was. It had a lot of washouts. It had a lot of damage. We got down it though. Now they're fixing it. Really large gravel, if you could tell. Some of those have 3-4 inch diameter to them. Pretty big stuff. This is a little bit more gradual here. But once the heavy log trucks start driving down here, they'll pack it down. It'll be super smooth again. But what we got right here, this is a little bit bumpy.
Alright, one in the chat for cat videos.
This has also been run over quite a bit. What we just ran over at the start of the video, that was super fresh. What we're on now, this looks like it's been run over for a day or so. But now on this road here, we got about 5 miles we got to drive in until we get to the intersection. clogging the intersection culverts, which are usually clogged by beavers.
Clogged by beavers. Right, right. I love cats.
Oh, Slinky Kitty. Slinky Kitty. Slinky Kitty coming down the stairs.
Critter.
She's staring at my shirt. She thinks there's a dog in my shirt.
Oh, he's too fat.
Oh my god, this is not happening.
Decent sized mouse.
Came back for the cats. This is wholesome animal content I could get behind. I wonder what he's up to. We should just like ping him one day. Guten Appetit, Snart. Oh. Eat it. Do it. You know you wanna. Pinky!
Emmy, stay. Sit. Emmy, stop.
Keep your paws closed, or you're gonna get off him. Thank you.
You can't get out. Oh! Peekaboo! Peekaboo!
is on the side of the road. You're gonna get killed for sure. Someone just.
Baby.
Oh no! It's
Babies.
Oh my gosh!
That'd be the best day of my life.
Hot diggity dog.
Hot diggity dog.
Aria, what did you do? What did you do? Oh, you did this to yourself.
Yes, she's happy for me. She's happy for look, she's happy.
Good catch, buddy.
This one made me crack up the first time I saw it. Fucking stomp and flick.
Очень не дашь погладить.
Come on! Oh yeah!
Excuse me? Excuse me? George! George, drop it! George! George! Oh! Are you okay?
А всего лишь петуни и...
Aw, kitty give kisses. The kitty had a mask.
不要呢，出去，出去，出去。
他那个手是抠得紧的，我看看。
He eat the cornbread. That's a cornbread eater right there.
What do we want? Head scratches. When do we want them? Okay.
Squeaky toy.
Relax, relax, relax.
Hallo Johanna. Ju geht nicht so doll mit dem Berterich. Juti.
Hat nicht gemacht, oder?
Hat nicht gemacht, oder?
Why'd you bite me? Don't do it. Don't do it.
What is happening? It's ugly.
Cat is more interested in the broomstick than the mouse. You've evolved to do one thing, and you're just like, now you're just petting it. Now you're petting the mouse.
Ow.
Nugget Gremlin! Is there a cat in an office like that?
Oi! 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 What the
你除了会哇哇叫，你还会干啥？
These Chinese kitties are so pretty.
behoeft het ook niet. Een eigen dingetje.
Are you a lesbian? Aw, I'm so proud of you.
Так, вот уже наш ракушка. Эй, подожди. Вот ты...
And their footsies are so short. Yeah.
Why being naughty? Sliding down the stairs doesn't remedy it.
Ej, hvad der er sådan mere? Nej, jeg hører på at på fuge. Jeg må på jer.
Look at all the catnip. Was it you?
Let go. Let go. Let go.
I don't understand that. Why would you put an AI voice on top of your already recorded voice? Makes no sense. Oh my god. Those mom or dad there on the side is absolutely done. That's an eepy kitty.
Chris, are you gonna grab some chocolate?
Yeah. Oh.
No, you're not.
Oh.
That's Minnow's chocolate.
I guess you don't have to drive after all.
He wanted you to scratch his butt. No, not like that, Sophia.
you want to go outside, you have to wave. You have to wave.
Yeah, Sophia was digging in that booty. I love baby laughs.
Ew! He's trying to.
Deserved.
This. Be nice. I'm finding it.
Don't do it, Norman! Chris, get him,
That was a glass table rip.
Come on, let's go.
That's it, that's it. Good job. It's okay. Papa got you.
Hey, look, these princess.
Oh,
Oh no.
No, Oh, should not have shown you that.
Di ba't nakalabas dila mo? Shh. Ito ko yung nangyari sa'yo.
There's nothing there you want. You bit into my burrito and you spit it out. No, you're not getting more.
哎，又撂倒。
哎呀哎呀，疯狂压制小菊儿。
小菊儿这两天是不是都没吃好？Buddy, want some green beans?
Those don't look like green beans. What the hell?
Lem, 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 lem.
No.
Why are you doing this?
Oh, the shaved tail. He got a naked booty.
You coming? You ready? You want to stop here or keep going? You want to keep going, don't you? Let's go somewhere else.
Ma'am, that's my breakfast. Oh, no! Oh!
Aw, you pet cat? Pet cat. Pet cat. Good job, pet cat. Oh, you love cat.
I love when cats do that. Genius. Are we still alive? Barely. These fingers are killing me.
Hi, how you doing?
Oh, I scared you, Yoppie. Doing the fingers is killing me. It's destroying me. I'm dying.
So, we're having breakfast together. I made him one little scrambled egg, and I'm having myself some Kodiak protein pancakes with maple syrup, and yeah.
Hey, popping like I'm supposed to. Watch out for the people that ain't close to. Speak a little something you could toast to. I ain't tryna hear about what you won't do.
Now I'm lying on the cold hard ground. Oh, oh, trouble, trouble, troubled.
I think after I finish this hand, I'm a dip, y'all.
What do you need?
That's a cute kitty.
What do you need? You need to be tucked in?
Thank God we're almost done here because she's really starting to turn up. And why is she hanging there? I'm not your prey. You are not a predator. You are my child. Calm down.
I hope I never have to bathe the cat. Wait, so does Chippy not get bathed? No. Cats don't get bathed normally. Sorry, I didn't mean that to come out like so pretentious sounding. kitties do not get baths unless they have fleas or infection or something.
Stop! Oh, he figured out what's causing it to not open.
Oh yeah, because he said it's so pretentious out there. Just in case. I was like, alright, I might have sounded a little snooty. That's not my intention. Oh, this isn't even the only hand I have on this.
George!
Yeah, kitties bathe themselves.
George, leave it. George, what the hell? What is going on? George! Cut it out!
My cat has attachment issues. She likes to suckle on my neck. But she often...
You're her mommy!
Puts her paws all over my...
Yes.
Give me num nums. Give me num nums. Give me num num nums.
I love trilly kitties. That was a way overreaction.
Doesn't know whose tail it is.
Bueno, menos de un mes te pusiste casi rojo. Te pusiste 4 ojos. She trying to take our money, bro. Get it.
Alright, cutie pies, that does it. Ooh, 4 hours. Gee willikers. Gee willikers, mister. It's been a real one. Be good. Eat ass. Do crimes.